Our great friends over at Farrier have been supporting us on Forging Brains for a while now. Since the time that they have sponsored the show, we have received many great products that I wouldn't have thought about buying, or because I was being a tight ass. But they were sent to me in their subscription box, and now I use those products in my day-to-day practice. Each box is sent bi-monthly, and in those boxes is an array of the top tools and products that have been tested by the greats in our industry. So go to www.farrierbox.com and use code BRAINS for 25% off your first month's order. You won't be disappointed, I'll tell you that. Let's talk about our newest sponsor of Forging Brains podcast, Yukon Forge. If you're a fan of the show, then you probably already heard the interview we did with John McNerney and all the badass things he's accomplished in his career, as well as the type of character this man has. John's graciously offering you guys 10% off on anything you order when you go to www.yukonforge.com and use code BRAINS at checkout. On his website, you'll find he has a variety of high-quality, hand-built tools made by him personally. His hoof knives are some of the best on the market. All his tongs are forged from 4140 steel to hold up to whatever you're grabbing and holding. John's been developing a new hammer out of 4140 steel that looks pretty dang sick, and I can't wait to try one. His fullers are handmade from S7, and I personally know of some that have withstood the years of hammer blows. Also, a new and unique tool John has developed is the propane nut. There's nothing worse than stripping out your propane regulator from not having the right tool. The Yukon Forge propane nut replaces whatever you had been using for a simple tool that you can tighten and loosen with your fingertips with ease. So go to www.yukonforge.com and use code BRAINS for 10% off your order. That's a hell of a deal, my friends. This episode is also brought to you by our fine sponsor, World Championship Blacksmiths. Ultimately, they are a business, but their model is based upon help each and every one of you find and strive for the goals you set upon yourselves that most of us desperately need. Not only do they provide the competition aspect, they bring a community of people together that will have your back no matter what. So sign up for a contest and work towards those goals that you set for yourself. And you can also use code BRAINS in their online store for 10% off any merchandise. It's not including membership or contest fees. So go to www.worldchampionshipblacksmiths.com and use code BRAINS and buy yourself some merch. Thanks, everyone.
I want to take a moment to tell you guys about Weld. And not just that they carry every item you can think of from every brand, including from the little guys. You can get some Adam Farr punches, some Ben Sneer hammers. They pretty much got it all in the hard-to-beat $10 shipping. But I also want to take a moment to talk about John himself. You see the Weld name at pretty much every single contest that you go to. And not only that, you see John himself there supporting what we do and investing his time. Heck, John's even jumped in the competition in his ring himself at some of the WCB contests. That speaks huge to me. And it also speaks huge that John wanted to support what we're doing with the podcast. They've agreed that if you guys use Brains at checkout, they're going to put a little mystery item in the box for you. So go ahead and support them, what they're doing, and it helps support us. Because we're all just one community.
Okay. Welcome, everybody, to another episode of Forging Brains podcast. I'm your host, Riley Kirkpatrick, with my co-host, Gavin Cooper. Today, we got an awesome guest. We got Koons. Travis Koons was nice enough to join us today out of his super busy schedule. Man, thanks, Travis, for carving out some time.
Yeah, thank you, man.
You're welcome. You're welcome, guys. It's my honor and privilege to get to talk to you guys and get to talk to the old Farrier family.
Yeah, it's always like you're a guy that's just well respected from every angle of it because you are so good at your everyday shoeing. You're a good contest shoer. So it is. I'm excited to have a bunch of people that have maybe not heard you before talk to get to know you a little bit better. So I know you probably got a lot to say too, but let's just get people to know you a little bit better. Where are you originally from, Travis?
Born and raised in Southern California. I was born in a little town called, well, I wasn't born there, but when I was born, we lived in a little town called San Jacinto, California. It was a real small town back then. Now it's almost unrecognizable.
Growing.
It grew like crazy, and it's just been, that whole state's been destroyed, by bad politics. But it was a cool place to grow up when I was a kid, for sure. Really cool place.
Do you guys grow up with horses and such?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. My mom and dad both were horse nuts. My dad's a horseshoer, horse trainer. My mom grew up running barrels and just riding out in the hills and doing her thing. And, we bred and raised horses and a lot of livestock and stuff too.
I'm guessing quarter horses then, huh?
Yep. Quarter horses, pretty much appendix quarters, was the,
Okay.
I guess, horses that had a little hotter blood and had some thoroughbred in them. And my dad was big into roping, and then as team pinning and team sorting got popular, he got into that as well. My mom got into they divorced when I was about 4 or 5, probably about 5. Went their own ways, but they all eventually ended up team pinning and stuff. And so just
Did you
grew
grow
up
up
around rodeo.
Did you get into that then?
Oh yeah. Yep. I was, they couldn't keep me off the horses when I was a kid, couldn't keep me out from under them. Just every day of my childhood, like I was either like front packing it on a horse with my mom, she had told me she got bucked off, a couple weeks before I was due, bucked off a colt, landed on her belly. Maybe it was a month, maybe. But yeah, that explained a lot, that got my first head trauma in the womb.
Sure, we all have one or two of those from the start.
Yeah. And then, before I was ever old enough for school, I would just follow my mom around on this pony named Bonnie. And Bonnie was blind, and she was my mom's pony when my mom got her as probably like a 2 or 3 year old when my mom was a little girl, and then she broke her, trained her, and rode her all over the place. And then I inherited her once I was ready to start riding. And I just every day just following my mom on that pony, out into the hills and cross fields and down the wash, and just loved it. And then all of a sudden I turned 4. Well, she broke my spleen when I turned 4. I was showing off to some kids. we had some people over having a little party, and I was out showing these kids my pony, and I told these kids, how I was a rodeo cowboy. And they're like, yeah, right. You're just a kid like us. And I go, nope, I ride bucking horses. And my 2 uncles, two of my closest uncles rode. Well, 3 of them rode bucking horses. 2 of them did it for a long time, and they're really, really good bareback riders. And so I climbed up on the fence to show these kids what's up, and I whistled, and Bonnie would just come to the whistle, So she makes her way over, and I step on, and she is so broke. I just steer her with her mane or with a little leg pressure, and you could go through all the gates, everything. But since I was a rodeo cowboy, I had to show these kids how to mainline one. So I grabbed a mane hold, laid back on her, and went to knifing her in the neck. And she took about 2 or 3 good licks, and then just broke in 2. flying across the pen, and I landed on the top rail on the other side, right across my gut, and then flopped over onto my back onto the ground, and nobody saw how I landed. They just thought I fell off, in the dirt on my back, got the wind knocked out of me. So my mom comes over, takes me in the house, and I'm gasping for air, and she's like, "Oh, you just got the wind knocked out of you again. You just lay here and relax for a while, and you'll be all right." And, they come to check on me a half hour later, and I'm unresponsive and have turned completely blue, like a little Smurf.
So they rushed me inside.
Yeah, I was filled up, bleeding out. They took me in, rushed me in the hospital, and, did the exploratory cut me in half surgery, and
Oh yeah.
it worked out good because it was a super clean tear. The surgeon said it looked like it was done by a scalpel, and it just lopped that spleen right in half. So
Jesus.
they were able to put it back together with super glue and self-dissolving stitches, and then a self-dissolving gelatin cast. And I was lucky enough got to keep my spleen.
Far out.
But it was a couple weeks in the hospital, at the age of 4, right before kindergarten started. And then once kindergarten started, like, now I had this new set of rules. I couldn't roughhouse, I couldn't play, I couldn't do anything for like a year.
Yeah,
That was
couldn't
so
really be a
hard for a
kid.
little boy. Yeah.
Yeah.
So then I'm like placed in this prison, where I can't do anything. I can't go down the slide. I just got to like sit there on the bench and watch the other kids have fun. And I'm not allowed to ride my horse. And man, it was a rough start. I hated school because of all that.
Yeah, demoralizing.
It's one of those like screwy things too. You're like, man, it was like, if it did go right, it was only gonna be cool for like 5 minutes, but it went so wrong. It was so unfucking cool for a year.
So fast.
Yeah, you're like, that was not the way to do this.
Yeah, that was a year of paying for a moment's worth of glory.
Yeah, exactly. Man, we never think about that shit in the middle of it. Though. You're just like, it'll go good.
It's kind of too bad as before the age of before boys start thinking like chicks will dig scars, like you're not really thinking about that either. Like you get to 5th grade and you'd be really hot shit then.
Oh yeah, I'll tell you what, man, it's one of the gnarliest scars. I haven't lost many scar competitions in my life. I mean,
Oh, is
they
it
split
pretty?
me from below my belly button to the bottom of my rib
Yeah,
cage.
me and you got matching ones then. We got,
Oh, you do?
yeah,
What's
same
yours
thing.
from?
I got kicked in the belly by a horse, and he like blew up a bunch of my intestines, my spleen, my liver, my stomach. Like, yeah, they took a bunch out. Yeah,
Was that when you were,
I
was that when you were a kid or as an adult?
no, thankfully I was a little older. I was like 17, so it still sucked. I
Yeah.
think the worst part about that one is I couldn't drink. And you're like 17 trying to go to parties, and like, I'd have one beer and it would fuck me up. And like, I'd be grabbing my side for a while because my liver was so scarred up. It was like, wasn't smart. That's
Yeah.
probably why I'm not much of a drinker now, because it just,
It wasn't no easier at the age of 4.
I bet it wasn't at all. I bet it was harder, man.
No fruit
Or trying
punch.
to deal with your life, trying to get a drink down.
Yeah, and my dad always had a 24 rack of buckskins, so it was hard to stay out in buckskins at the age of 4.
Yeah.
Man, hard to be a team roper without some buckskins in the truck, man. That's the way it goes.
Guaranteed, man. Guaranteed.
So was your dad shoeing a bunch of horses, or he's just shoeing horses at the ropings and stuff?
When I was born, he was working on a feedlot, and he first was working for my grandpa doing some welding and fence building, and they were building a lot of like stanchions at dairies and stuff because there's a lot of dairies around that area. So he was doing that, and then they went and did a job at a feedlot in Winchester, California, which was like next town over. And a couple of the cowboys rolled up and started talking to my dad, and they were cool guys, and they could tell he was a cowboy, and they're like, "Man, you ever work in a feedlot?" And he goes, "Nope." And they go, "You want to?" And he goes, "Yep." So he quit my grandpa pretty much on the spot, started working at this feedlot, and he quickly moved up to kind of being the head cowboy or manager or whatever. He got real good friends with the owner. He was a real good guy. And so that was a pretty sweet opportunity for, my dad and my mom, because she'd be around there helping too, because she was real good with cattle and livestock and everything and horses. And so it was cool for my dad because he'd get to work there, and he could also bring in a couple of horses a month too and train them at the feedlot. So he's getting some extra pay on top of that. And then, shoeing his own horses and the horses he was training at the time. But the main income was coming from the feedlot. And right down the street, like just a couple houses down, was a guy named Irvin Quick and his son Mike Quick. And they're famous bit makers. They made quick bits. You've probably seen them. You might not know them, but
Yeah, I've heard of them.
You see quick bits in like all the old Western movies, from Gunsmoke to John Wayne movies. Like they have an aluminum cheek piece, a machined aluminum cheek piece that's real standard throughout all the different styles. And then they'll have a different mouthpiece depending on, what you're looking for. But so they were good ropers. And the son, Mike Quick, he was a world champion calf roper. And he also made it to the NFR back in the day, team roping. So my dad started hanging out with those guys and, took it from being like a feedlot cowboy roper to, a team roper. And that kind of started a whole thing. Our uncles got into it. I got into it. My brother got into it later on in life when he realized chicks dug horses. But,
Cowboys.
yeah, a cool thing happened at the time. When my dad started going the team ropings, he met a guy. I can't think of his name right now, but he was kind of a distant relation on my mom's side. Kobe Stratton, I think was his name. He rode up to my dad and he goes, "Hey, I hear that you're shoeing some horses and stuff." And my dad says, "Yeah, I shoe a few at the feedlot, and shoe my own and stuff." And he goes, "Well, can you do 20 trims in a day?" My dad goes, "Well, I've never had 20 trims in a day to try, but I'm willing to do anything." And the guy says like, "Well, meet me." Or you know what? He told him, he said, "I'll give you all the work you want, but you got to pay me like a percentage or something." And my dad was like, "I don't know about that." And then he met a guy, I kind of messed this up. He met a guy named Dick Long. And Dick Long was a neighbor down the road. And Dick's the one that asked my dad if he could do 20 trims a day. And so my dad says, I think I can. And so Dick goes, "Well, if you want to give it a try, jump in the truck and go to work with me." And so he drove him over to Chino, where there's a bunch of big, quarter horse, race horse, and thoroughbred farms, and turned him loose in a pasture and was like, here's 20 head, try and get through them. And Dick went and did his own. He comes back at noon and he's like, "You done yet?" And my dad goes, "Well, I got 10 more to go." And Dick's like, "Well, I already did my 20, so let me show you how to get through this a little quicker." And he showed him how to use his nippers on the sole and stuff to pop it out and, kind of speed him up a little bit. And so he got through him that day. And next thing you know, Dick's like, "You want this ranch?" And just gave it to him. And, it was like
to the races.
300 head, and then that just took off from there. He started picking up more and more. And so he went from just doing the backyard stuff and, the odd horse here and there as a part-time gig to like almost overnight, had hundreds of horses to look after and kind of jumped in with both feet. And
Yeah.
that became his thing. He always did, especially like the quarter horse, race horse, stock farms.
Yeah.
That was always his bread and butter. When I was a little kid, he's at least doing 20 trims every day.
Damn.
And then some shoe-ins on top of that.
For
Pretty
some
savvy
people,
with horses then, so he could like get by him probably pretty easy.
My dad is the best horseman I've ever seen in my life. And that's not just a biased kid. That's the guy you guys know that's been doing this trade for 30 years plus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is the finest horseman. He can take the most spoiled, rotten, dangerous dink you ever seen in your life, and in 2 days have him doing what he wants him to do. And that was what he really got known for, was being able to fix horses that were just total outlaws, had hurt people. Back then we had the killer plants, so I mean, horses would hurt somebody, they'd be dog food in a couple days.
gone.
Well, my dad was kind of that stop in between the killer plant and the hospital, and he saved,
It was his
saved
last
a whole lot
chance.
of horses' lives.
Yeah. Wow.
I bet that was pretty popular too down where you guys were, because you guys are so close to like Mexico, where the horses are just
Yep.
gone. Like,
Oh yeah. Yep.
I bet that was, yeah. So it's probably why he picked up so much dang work, especially in those ranches and stuff like that. All those horses that are just turned out to pasture are kind of like a little nasty, like they aren't real.
They're rank as could be. Those quarter horse brood stock, man, they're nuts. And then
they're nasty.
later on, when embryo transfer became a thing, one of my dad's good buddies is a guy named Dr. Steve Burns, and he's one of the pioneers of a lot of the techniques used in embryo transfer. And so he was working for all the big ranches around doing all their embryo transfers. And then he and my dad knew each other from working on the same ranches and became buddies. And then, when I was probably 15 or 16, Dr. Burns decided to start working for himself. And he got like 20 head of recipient mares. And my dad was like, here's your start, son. And takes me over to start trimming these recipient mares. And, it was kind of like my account, but he'd go with me. And then
Yep.
next, Dr. Burns just blew up. I mean, he's probably got over 700 head now of recipient mares. I mean, he's like the world's authority on embryo transfers. And I guess where I was going with that is there's like no kind of rank horse like a recipient mare. I don't know if you guys.
Oh man, I bet. And I want to dive in like a little bit of like, so he has 700 recipient mares. Is he just doing studies on these, or is he doing foals for other people?
He's doing foals for other people.
Okay.
Yep. And so, part of the thing to be a recipient mare is you need to be big, because you might have an Arab embryo, you might have a Frisian embryo, you might have, a draft horse embryo. Like, so they got to be pretty big, bulky, big bodied horses. And to make money at it, you can't pay top dollar for them. So, you end up getting, now that, nowadays they basically get the horses that would be going to the killer plant. But now that, killing horses
Now they're
isn't
breeding
okay. It's not okay. So we got to save every horse. But any of the big ones that are fertile end up becoming recipient mares. And I mean, some of them have killed people.
Yeah.
Jesus.
It's like, when you're, and it was my business for a long time, going to those ranches, and I'd work at Burns Ranch with my dad once it got big. And then I'd work at Double Bar S, which was over in Paris, California. And they had 500 or 600 head. And probably 200 recipient mares or more. And so like going to work every day, like you almost needed a flak jacket and a helmet, a crack helmet.
And a baseball bat.
It was a daily occurrence to get kicked, get kicked in the head, and I can remember like being in them catch pens doing like the yearlings and stuff, or trimming the mares, and their little foals would jump on your back and try and mount you and ride you around the pen. And run by and kick you in the face, split your face open. It was like combat
Torture.
shooting, every day of my life back then. It was great.
So how long did you end up doing that then, like trimming recip mares until you made the step up?
I started at, probably, I should say it's probably more like 15, because as I think about it, starting those 20 head for Dr. Burns, I didn't have a driver's license yet, so I was 15. I was rolling with my dad, and he was giving me more and more work. And by the time I got my driver's license, it was like game on, I was flying around doing everything I could, shoeing everything under the sun. And, it was quite an interesting childhood, really.
So you were probably riding with your dad probably because you had to a little bit when you were young.
I would go with him just mainly because I loved it. I can remember being like, 5 or 6 years old, just sitting on his tailgate, and he never had an anvil stand. He would just always set his anvil on the tailgate and, wall up on the shoes, in the hardy hole, get them shaped up.
Oh yeah.
But I'd sit there on the tailgate, and I'd get out his St. Croix City Head 5s and turn them into fish hooks. And he'd get all pissed off at me, how much they cost? Things were like $10 a pound, or whatever.
Money down the drain.
Back then. I'd have like half the box turned into fish hooks that would never work, but I thought they would. But I'd be sitting on that tailgate, and I mean, I saw this so many times. Like he'd walk into a pen, with like a 2-year-old that's barely halter broke, and that thing would just be doing circles around him, like sideways to the like parallel to the ground. It's going so fast. And all at once, man, he'd just mug them, just get them right around the throat latch in a freaking chokehold, turn their nose like he's steer wrestling, and in like a quick move, he would have a halter and a lip chain on them suckers and have them turned around standing there. And I mean, it was just, As a little kid, I'm just like, man, my dad is John Wayne. He's
Yeah,
better,
exactly.
you know.
That could go two ways, though. You know, as a kid, you could be looking at it and be like, I want nothing to do with this. Or, like, obviously, you were a kid that was like,
Admiring it.
when's my turn? Like, I want to
Yeah.
get in there.
A smart person would have gone with option A. Like, I don't want nothing to do with that, you know. And then I'd be at home, and he'd have a horse brought in that flips over. Like the minute you put your foot in the stirrup, it's flipping over, slam dunk style. And so I'd see that kind of stuff, you know, where he's just stepping in the stirrup, horses flipping over, he's laying them down, tying their face to the back D ring and throwing a tarp over them. You know,
Yeah.
let them sit there and enjoy that California sun. In fact,
Yeah.
that's a great story. One time he had a horse under a tarp that was a flipper over, and somebody called animal control. You know, they seen what's going on, so neighbor calls animal control, and animal control agent shows up. My dad's out there having a buckskin, and he's like, "Hey, I hear you got a horse tied down on the ground with the tarp over it in the backyard." My dad goes, "Yeah, you want to see it?" And he takes the guy out there, you know, and it's a nice 110 day. And the guy's like, "This is unacceptable, sir. We're going to have to, you know, we're going to have to take this horse." And my dad goes, "Well, let me show you something." And he takes the tarp off, gets the horse up, tells the guy, "Hold my beer." You know, steps in the stirrup, swings a leg over, and that horse just, boom, slam dunks itself. My dad steps off, ties its nose back to the rear D, and here comes that animal control agent with the tarp.
Yeah. He's like,
I got
okay.
what you're dealing with here, sir. I'll go ahead and leave you to it.
Yeah. You got this under control.
Yeah.
Well, tying heads back to their tails into the saddles, not as commonplace anymore as it once was.
There's a whole lot of them that need it, though.
Oh man, it's like
Most
I grew up
definitely.
with that stuff. Or like we're taping tails and tying their heads around. And you're going to town for a while and coming back. It's like just let them be out there.
That was part of the
But
deal. I mean, that's how my dad would fix those messed up horses was, you know, we'd sack them out like crazy, you know, we'd tie a leg up so they couldn't hurt themselves too bad. And, you know, we'd spend just hours out there with 2 sacks of beer cans and, you know, twine tied to it so you could throw it at them from a distance and not get your head kicked off. And, you know,
yeah,
eventually, you know, they'd try and pull the post out of the ground and rip their head off their neck for a while, but then eventually you could throw that thing over their ears and seesaw it up and down with the can smacking them in the face, and they wouldn't
yep,
flinch. And then the next step would be saddle them, put them in a pen, tie their nose to the back D ring, and let them turn circles and flip over and do whatever they need to do, figure it out, you know, and then come back a few hours later and turn them the other way and do that for a couple days. And you had a horse that whatever their problem was, it was gone. They figured it out.
it's kind of funny too. Of like you grow up around that, and then now you pull into a place, and if you see they got like fence posts buried in the ground and truck axles and stuff, you're like, okay, they got some rank ones. Like they are screwing around here.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, man.
It's funny. So what? Obviously, your dad didn't like forge a lot. What
Nope.
made you start wanting to forge?
Well, we're getting ahead of my schedule, guys. I have notes here.
Stay on the schedule. Stay on the schedule.
All right.
But, I mean, that's a great question, and I was hoping that one would come up, so I'll go ahead and answer it now. But we are going to have to back up a little bit after this
All right. Perfect.
because there is a lot. There's a lot I got to tell you guys. This ain't going to happen in an hour and a half. In fact,
Good. We're here.
I don't know if
That's
Dries
all
Pruitt
right.
next year or not, Riley, but Dries Pruitt was like, "Man, I don't want no hour and a half weak-hearted podcast. I want full 2 hours with Coons."
Fucking A, let's do it.
That's coming from Mr. Pruitt himself, so we can't.
We're here for it.
Yeah. So I was probably about 17, you know, and I'd been working with my dad for years now, and I was shoeing horses on my own as well, but we were still, you know, riding together as much as we could. And we were driving through town one day, and I still, even though I was doing terrible in school, and I think at that point I was I had to go to continuation to make up make up some credits because I got so far behind. And we're driving through town, and I still had it in my head that maybe I could be a vet, even though I hated school and all that. And so I asked my dad, I go, hey, if you could do it all over again and you could be either a horseshoer or you could be a vet, what would you choose? And my dad didn't hesitate. He was like, I'd be a shoer every time. And I said, why is that? And he goes, well, so Dr. Etchart was our vet. He goes, well, look at Dr. Etchart. He goes, he had to go to school for all them years, basically 8 years of freaking school. Or what is it, 4 years? It
It's
is
about
8, right?
eight. It's about
You got
8
like
total.
you got like 4 years of general ed, and then you got your 4 years of med. That's right.
Yep.
So he goes, you got to go to school for 8 years. You got to pay for all that. He goes, Dr. Etchart, at the time he had gray hair, and he's like, he's still paying off his student loans. He goes, that guy, he has to make, and this is like probably 1993, 92, 93. He goes, Dr. Etchart has to make $300 a day just to break even, on his overhead. He goes, if I make $300 in a day, I made like, $280 profit.
Yeah.
He goes, we don't have the accountability they have. We don't have, or not accountability, the liability. Our liability is not as bad. We don't have to carry the inventory they have. He's like, we don't have to have an office. We don't have to have a secretary. He's like, it's just, to me, he goes, it's just way better. I get to work with horses. I don't have to be in the same place every day. Like I get to go here, there, and yonder. And he's like, he goes, I would do it every time. And so I thought about it. As I was pondering it, he goes, but the one thing I'd do different, he goes, I would get a forge and I would learn how to make shoes. And I mean, I was like, what? Like, we've
Yeah.
never needed a forge. What are you talking about? And he goes, we've needed a forge. It's just, we don't have one. And he goes, I wouldn't know what to do with it if I had it. He goes, I think there's a lot you could gain from that, like if you're going to be a horseshoer, get a forge, learn how to make some shoes, learn how to draw clips. And this is at that time, I witnessed it with my own eyes. I knew nothing of the AFA. I knew nothing of any associations. I'd never heard of a contest, never heard of a clinic. And I'd been shoeing for a couple years. And I remember being at like boarding stables with my dad where we'd go to shoe one or two horses, and the main guy would be in there set up and his forge would be going. And I remember one time this guy was down in the middle of this barn aisle, and I heard his forge and I heard him banging away, and I was like, man, I got to check that out. I was probably 15 or 16. I go cruising down there, and the guy was drawing clips. But as I got closer and he seen I had chaps on and stuff, he shut off that forge and threw his shoes in the forge and just stopped, put his hammer down, and was real
I
short.
want to take a moment to tell you guys about Weld Shod. And not just that they carry every item you can think of from every brand, including from the little guys. You can get some Adam Farr punches, some Ben Sneer hammers. They pretty much got it all in the hard-to-beat $10 shipping. But I also want to take a moment to talk about John himself. You see the Weld Shod name at pretty much every single contest that you go to. And not only that, you see John himself there supporting what we do and investing his time. Heck, John's even jumped in the competition in his ring himself at some of the WCB contests. That speaks huge to me. And it also speaks huge that John wanted to support what we're doing with the podcast. They've agreed that if you guys use Brains at checkout, they're going to put a little mystery item in the box for you. So go ahead and support them, what they're doing, and it helps support us. Because we're all just one community.
With me. And later in life, like I got to know the guy and we became friends and stuff, and I really admire the guy, but he was one of the few guys in that area that could draw a clip.
Was that kind of like in the time where guys didn't want to like share information with each other and like super competitive?
Exactly. And when you drive down the road and you'd see another horseshoer, and there was no stone wells or anything like that at the time. You could just tell because they had a camper shell or they had a plywood structure in the back of their truck that you could tell had shoeing tools in it. Or maybe you knew them and seen them before. You didn't wave at each other. You'd see this. Everybody too, man. They like hated each other. I mean, there was a few that were friends, but it was a different deal then, man. And it's to me, it's been, I feel super blessed because I've got to see everything in this industry change so much in my lifetime, especially because I got to see it at a younger age than most, being a son of a horseshoer. I got to go into the shoe and supply shop as a little kid, and I got to see just how, like, say, like a shoe and supply shop changed over the years. It went from a few things to quite a few things to like a mega store.
Yeah, like a
There's like
Walmart.
like Lee Green's shoeing shop in Yucaipa, California. When I was a little kid, it was in a building that was probably like a 40 by 40, and 10, maybe 15 by 15 of that was the office, and then part of it was like one third of it was a machine shop, and the rest was the shoe and supply, and that was one of the biggest shoe and supplies probably in the world at the time. And then
Yeah, it was only
now
40
Lee
by 40.
Green's shoe and supply is like, it's a warehouse, and it's like half the
Like
size of
well
a Home
shot.
Depot. It's,
Yeah.
and just seeing how everything's went in the industry, it's been crazy to watch this trade grow how it has, and just that my dad was so blown away. Uh, he went to the I think it was a 2003 AFA convention with me. It wasn't planned, but I broke my hand the night before or the night that I was going to load up and head off to Utah. I broke my hand, got struck in the back of the hand. I was
By a horse?
Yeah, as the last horse of the day, I was hustling through these horses by myself, to get everything stitched up so I could leave town. And it was one of them deals. I was shooting the stud horse, and he was a pig. The owners weren't there. Nobody was there, just me. And this guy, we always had a hard time with him. He was a spoiled, rotten little pig. And normally a couple wraps on the belly with the pull-offs, and
Get the
he'd
hint.
become a citizen. Well, it wasn't working so good. He probably sensed like the urgency in me of wanting to get done, and because I was going to go home and pack up that night and drive through the night, so I was probably a little too wound up, and it just evolved
Fight.
into a mess. Yeah, it got to be a fight, and I had this idea pop in my head. It was an old memory from a horseshoer named Mike Harris that I knew, and Mike had come by one time when I was probably like 14 or 15, and I was working on the bucking barrel out in my dad's backyard. And Mike used to ride a few bulls in his day, and so he came and was pulling on the ropes for me and stuff, and giving me some pointers on riding the barrel. And just in conversation, he goes, how some of them horses just sow up and they won't pick a foot up off the ground? And I says, yeah, I've seen that a time or two. And he goes, here's what you do. Take your pull-offs and put them around that horse's pasture and give them a squeeze, like the handles, put the reins around his pasture and give them a squeeze. I knew that was a terrible idea when he told me that at the age
You
of
don't
15,
say.
but, fast forward, like, to when I'm like 22 or 20, well, I was probably 24. So 24 years old, I'd never tried that. Been shoeing a decade at this point, never tried it. And that I got mad enough at that horse because he got to where he would not pick a foot up, at all. And I was like, all right, I'll show you. And I grabbed
Try it.
them Lee Green pull-offs, which are massive, massive stout things, put them around the pasture and then bared down. And that dude struck the back of my right hand like a lightning bolt.
Fuck.
He
I
hit
was
it
gonna,
so hard, I grabbed it and I knew it was broke. By the time I had the courage to look at it, it looked like a Cabbage Patch Kid. It was like twice as thick as it should be. It's turning black already. Oh,
it's one of those ideas that you're like, this is like sticking a fork in the outlet. It's gonna blow up. Like it happened so fast.
I so knew better. I so knew better.
Oh yeah. You're like, this
And
is dumb, but here I go.
Yeah.
yep. So I called my dad on the way to the house, and I was like, I go, Dad, I messed up, man. My hand's broke. I'm supposed to leave for Utah tonight, to compete. And he's like, well, what do you need me to do? And I says, well, is there any way you could drive me so I could, help me load my stuff, for one? I said, and two, if you could drive me out there, that'd sure be good, because then I could ice that hand, and maybe get some of the swelling out of it so I could compete. And he goes, well, let me see what I could do. So, next thing I know, he's pulling in the driveway and we load her up and brought me a little ice chest full of ice. And I just kept my hand buried in that thing all the way to Utah. And we drove through a whiteout blizzard from Mesquite, Nevada to Salt Lake City. And I mean, just white knuckling it, couldn't see nothing, just the tire tracks from the semi in front of you, and cars would pass us, and then 20 minutes later we'd see them upside down in the ditch.
In the ditch.
Yeah, and that was a rough go, man. I got there to Utah, and that was my first time competing with a broken hand, and I just remember my hammer would just go flying on the backswing.
Can't grip.
Oh, I felt bad for the people behind me. I'd have to run over there and get it. But I made the shoe-in for the first time. It was only my second convention, but I made the shoe-in and ended up, I think I made the shoe-in in 19th place and ended up, I think I ended up like 8th or 9th or something, which I was not happy about. I wasn't happy. I thought I should have probably won that deal in my little arrogant mind. But Bob Marshall came up to me and he took me over to the leaderboard and he's like, this is something to be proud of, Travis. He goes, look at this. He pointed every name in front of mine and he's like, American Farrier's team member, American Farrier's team member, past American Farrier's team member, English, national champion and English Farrier team member, all the way down. He goes, you're the first place person that's not been on an international team and isn't a world champion. And, so it made me feel better.
And it's your second time competing.
Jim Quick won the shoe-in that year. I remember. That's I need to tell that story while we're here.
Yeah.
So Jim Quick, he won the shoe-in and that was a point in my life where I had quit. Where are you going? Get back here. I'm telling you a story, boy.
I'm still listening. I'm still listening.
So at that point in my life, I was a single dude. I was, chasing girls. I'd been partying for 3 years. I was coming off a 3-year hiatus where I hadn't competed, hadn't done nothing but party and work for 3 straight years. And so now I'm not wearing the Wranglers and the boots anymore. I don't have the mustache I had, since I was 16. Now I'm wearing like baggy pants and, a studded belt. I had this green belt with like the little chrome studs all over it. And I had a roadster that I made for a belt buckle.
Going for the bad boy image.
I'd be sagging my pants with some DCs or Etnies on, that weren't laced up.
It sounds like Quick's dream.
All the time, had the 4-inch thick rolled bandana all the time, all that stuff. And I mean, I remember my dad in the hallways, like, people would just look at me, all these horseshoers just look at me, walk by, they'd shake their heads. And my dad was sitting up in the bleachers watching me compete. And some dudes came and sat down by him, some good old boys. And pretty soon they're like, man, look at who's that dude think he is with them pants hanging off his ass and backwards hat. This is a horseshoeing contest, not a drive-by shooting contest. And this is gangbanger looking dude. And my dad turns around and looks at him and he's like, that's my son. And they're like, oh, he looks real handy, sir. Real handy.
Real quick like.
So that was just setting the stage a little bit. So Jim Quick wins the shoe-in. And I mean, he's one of my heroes. I've never met the guy. I've seen him compete a bunch throughout the years, but I was super shy back then. I wouldn't say boo to hardly anybody, especially somebody who I knew who they were. They had some clout. So Jim wins the shoe, and I'm like 8th or 9th place. And I'm thinking, now's the time to break the ice. I'm going to say so. I'm going to go congratulate him, and so it's like the night of the banquet and everybody's all tuned up and I'm watching Jim and pretty soon he's kind of off by himself getting a drink. I walk over there. I said, excuse me, Mr. Quick. And he turns around and he just looks me straight up and down. And I stick my hand out. I go, hey, I wanted to congratulate you on winning the shoe-in. And I mean, I didn't know nothing about the scoring, but I think he had like a 199 or something like that. And I was thinking like 200 was perfect. So I was like thinking he was like 1 point off of perfect. I'm just standing there like a fool with my hand. My hand's just out there in the air in front of him and he's just like looking at it. And I was like, so you almost got like a perfect score, huh? And he's like, Yep. And I go, well, my name's Travis Koons. I just wanted to, and as I'm saying this, he turns around and walks away.
Oh,
my
shit.
And I lost it, dude. I lost it. I'm like, well, then F you, you mother effer. And I'm yelling. I'm like, come, because that's always been my thing. Like, I'm nice and polite, but man, once you sting me, it's on. And I
Yeah.
will say or do anything to get that going, you know. And so I'm like yelling, cussing at this dude across the place, and then he just walks off like I'm not even standing there.
oh my god.
And so then my dad tells, like the whole ride home, my dad's just like, why are you doing this to yourself, man? Oh, we walked into the banquet. We go walking in the banquet, me and my dad looking for a table, and we'd see a couple chairs opened up, you know, and some would be leaned up against the table and some would be sitting there, and there'd be a couple dudes at a table. And, you know, we'd go rolling over there and I'd be like, oh, hey, are these chairs taken? And they'd look at me. I'd be like, yep. So I'd
Yep.
go to the next table. Are these chairs taken? They'd look at me. Yep. And then my dad would roll up. He rolls up to one of them tables I just asked, and he's like, "Are these chairs taken?" They look at him, Wranglers, belt buckle, trophy buckle, button-up shirt, cowboy
Fits
hat, and
in.
they're like, "Oh no, these are wide open, sir. Have a seat." You know, so
And you-
the whole ride home, my dad's just like, "Why are you doing this to yourself?" He's like, "You're more of a cowboy in a hand than, you know, 90% of these dudes here, and they all disrespect you because of the way you present yourself." He's like, "This ain't what I brought you up to dress like and all that." And I'm just like, "Man, Dad, if these dudes are gonna judge me by the way I look, I don't want them as friends. I could
That's
give
right.
two, you know what's about them, you know."
I was gonna say
Just
at that point it kind of had because it's not like you changed because when I met you even you weren't dressing too much different. Like you didn't have saggy, but you still had the bandana and everything. It's like that. So it's at that point you probably want to like I'm gonna prove to these guys I can do it and still dress this way.
yeah, I got to a point where it was like, man, I'm not.
Got a point to prove.
Yeah, I don't have anything. I didn't have a point to prove, and eventually it was like, you know, I know what my roots are, and I'm a cowboy. You know, I was brought up to, and I mean, I don't use that word lightly. You know, if I call somebody a cowboy, that I have a lot of respect for that guy. But I was brought up by good cowboys, and the cowboys were always my heroes. And you know that I lived my life as a kid growing up. Like I could do veterinarian work. I used to have like a little, you know, unlicensed veterinary practice as a kid. You know, I'd have a little, I'd have like a advertisement in the classified green sheet, you know, the little free dollar saver and all that, you know, like trimming or goat hoof trimming, pig hoof trimming, livestock services,
Yeah.
sheep shearing. And, you know, my mom would drive me around if I'd get a call and I'd go do whatever, you know, somebody needed some hoof trimming on a goat. I'd go do that. I'd shear their sheep. You know, oh, you need some vaccines while we're here? Let me shoot them up for you. And castrate
Shit.
pigs and sheep for people, and you know, do all kind whatever they needed, man. It was a one-stop shop. I was ready to do it for $5 or $10, you know.
yeah, that's a good deal though. That's the best part about a small town. It's like little deals. It's that stuff's still very well and alive,
Yeah.
and like people learned how to be businessmen like very quickly at a young age and how to make do.
Exactly. And like Dr. Etchard, our vet, man, he was our family vet before I was born, you know. And I would ride with him and he would teach me all kinds of stuff. He taught me how to inseminate mares. He taught me how to collect stallions, you know, how to give all the different shots, taught me how to do IV shots, you know, correctly, taught me all kinds of different techniques on stuff. And, you know, he'd teach me about, I'd ask him questions on anatomy on horses and all that. And I mean, he was a big part of my early education and introduction. And he didn't want nothing to do with going out and working on somebody's goat or sheep or pig, especially, you know. And so I had me a little pig farm and I raised sheep. And so I had a lot of experience and education I'd gotten from my mom and from my grandpa Harv, and he was a pig farmer and all that. So I learned a lot from my family and was able to go make money as a kid doing this stuff. And, you know, it really helped because, you know, I'm doing this stuff at like 12 to 15 years old. And by the time I was shoeing horses, I like knew how to deal with clients because of that. You know, I knew
Yep.
how to run a business because of that. And, Like at the age of 12 or 13, I paid my stepdad, Tony Coronado, who is a contractor. I paid him to build me a farrowing barn for my pigs. We poured a slab, built I forget what it was. It was maybe like, 20 by 20 or something like that, and had 2 farrowing crates in there, and, plumbing and everything else. I was,
Yeah. High
because
on
of
the hog.
livestock and all that, and my little side hustles and all that, man, I could pay a
It was a
contract.
business.
I'm sure I got a friends and family discount, but
Yeah.
it's a pretty sweet deal for a kid.
No, it
Yeah.
teaches you that businesses aren't just free. That you don't just get to spend all that money on whatever you want. It has to go back into your business to make more money. Like, it's a very good lesson.
Exactly. So some of the things I wanted to do, um, it's an honor that you guys want to interview me and kind of get my story out there, but I've always looked at myself as a sponge. I'll start with a little quote from Master Lee, and that's Master Bruce Lee.
Bruce Lee.
Damn, I gotta get my glasses.
I was
What'd you
wondering
guys-
what
what'd
Lee
you guys
you were
do
going to
with my
start off
glasses?
with here.
Oh, here we go. Hold on. All right, so this is from Master Bruce Lee. Be formless, shapeless, like water. If you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it into a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now, water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friends. But
That's a good one.
that's what Master Lee says. Master Koonzagi. You guys ever heard of Master Koonzagi?
It's the
No.
first.
Master Koonzagi say, be like a sponge. The sponge can absorb and contain the water. The water becomes the sponge. The sponge can transport the water and disperse it into different time and place.
I like that.
So Master Koonzagi is me. Daniel Jones gave me that nickname
Koonzagi.
because when I was working with Daniel, when he was a young up and coming dude, I used to call him Daniel Son, like from Karate Kid, Daniel Son. And everything I would teach him, I'd be like, no, Daniel Son, power on the hammer come from here, not here. And I did everything like Mr. Miyagi with Daniel, and so he
Yeah.
started calling me Koonzagi.
Daniel-san.
And did Daniel know of that quote then when he called you that, or just say because
I
your
just
last
I
name was
just made
close to
I
it?
just made that quote up about the
Did
one
you
about,
really?
yeah, I just
Dude,
made that.
I was fully I was in it. I was like, oh, that's a good one. I thought it was another guy.
Yeah, so
You thought
I read that.
Koonzagi?
Yeah, I thought it was a real another like. I was like, man, it's another like. What do they call him? The guy that leads the
Philosopher.
karate classes.
Oh, a
Like,
sensei.
yeah, the sensei. I thought it was like another sensei that just like wrote a quote off of these. Like, no, Travis is the sensei right here.
He is.
Just-
So my dad told me about that water quote from Bruce Lee. He had heard it on TV or something, and he was like, "Man, this is really good. You ought to check it out." And so I did, and I was like, "Man, that is awesome." But then when I started like trying to figure out how to apply it to what I do, I was like, "Man, I don't think it's so good to just be like a chameleon, and to where you just turn different colors on depending on what's behind you, or underneath you." And that's kind of what I get from that. Bruce Lee was saying it more like his style of fighting instead of just being rigid and choreographed. He was applying this more to like just going with the flow and go, making it up as you go and just reacting to the situation. So when I started trying to apply that to what we do, I was like, man, it doesn't really work so good for that. I mean, you do have to be pliable and you do have to think on your feet and, make audibles and stuff. But I've always thought of myself as a sponge. And that's like, I think a really great attribute I have is being able to soak up something from anybody I come in contact with, not just horseshoers, or doctors or what, like anybody I come in contact with, I want to take something with me. And
Yeah.
so last night I was like, man, I got to read that Bruce Lee quote. And so as I was looking it up and making sure I got it quoted right, then the sponge thing popped into my head, and I just wrote that quote down about the sponge, because I feel like the water, is the knowledge and the experience and um, the skills that we learn in this trade. And if you're a sponge and you can soak that up, you can easily take it to a different time, in a different place, and you can disperse it there. I was so fortunate to be able to see Edward Martin, Bob Marshall, David Wilson, you know, just the legends of this trade. I came in at such a great time. I got to see Craig and Jim Poor and those guys like in their prime. Seeing them competing when they were like the dream team, it was so awesome. Like such an awesome time to come up. And I got so many good stories, to tell about contests and things I saw at them. But so I wanted to read that quote and kind of get that started. And I want to, in the sense of being a sponge, my story isn't about me. It's about everybody that helped me. It's about everybody that I drew something from. It's about everybody that pissed me off enough to like drive me into that shop, and so I have a list of names here that I just want to read them, and some you guys will know, some you'll never have heard of because they're family or friends. I was writing this down last night because I can't stand when people don't give credit where credit is due. And, for
Yeah.
me to sit here and act like, man, I did this and that, because I worked harder than everybody else and I was a little bit better than everybody else and tougher, that ain't accurate at all. I'm successful because of who I was blessed to be around, and I'd never
Be a
had the right
sponge.
attitude. I had a loser's mentality, for a long time. And then I had certain people just step up and be like, like one of my uncles, my Uncle John, he was the first person that ever told me, he's like, dude, you can do anything you want if you put your mind to it. I'd never heard that before. That kind of stuff is very common nowadays, but I mean, I was like, what? I'm a little fat kid, I get bullied by girls. Like how can I do anything I want to put my mind to? But my Uncle John, he was a dude that rode bucking horses and bulls for 20 years. And I mean, just a bad hombre, whatever he did, he was good at, whether it was baseball, bareback or roping, like whatever he did, he's good at. But it was because of his mentality, he just had a
Set his
winner's
mind.
mindset of like, I'm going to be the best at everything I put my hand to, and so he was one of them people that just got a hold of my life at the right time and gave me advice that turned me around, so I just want to read these names. And as I was writing them down last night, it kind of started out in order of like, as I met these people and as they impacted my life. But then as I kind of get to the second and third page,
Well, I may
some of
ask
them,
you to hold on to that list because, like, towards the end, something I
Well,
like to ask our guests is like a
I
Mount
know,
Rushmore.
I have
So
a
I didn't
Mount
know.
Rushmore too.
oh
Okay.
yeah, I'd say they'll probably be different.
Okay.
Yeah, so when you hit me up, Gavin, about doing this, I'd been wanting to listen to your podcast for a while. I'd been hearing about it from friends, but I like to binge on stuff. I don't like to just listen to one episode and then have to wait for a week or two.
Yeah. I'm
So
the
I was
same
like, I'm
way.
gonna wait till they get some content, and then I kind of forgot, and a year went by, and one of my good buddies told me, he goes, dude, they just did a podcast with Ian Ritchie and John Dixon, and he goes, you shouldn't listen to it because when you do, you're going to want to track those dudes down, especially John Dixon. You're going to want to track him down and beat him. And I mean, this guy knows me about as good as anybody. So I was like,
Yeah.
okay, all right. And so I never did listen to it. I just kind of was like, well, when I see John Dixon, it's on like Donkey Kong.
Yeah. See what he has to say.
Have us a good old fashioned, get down in the dirt and sort it out kind of meeting. And it was shocking to me because I knew John since he was a kid. I knew his dad, I know his brother, And I was kind of partially responsible for corrupting him as as he was an underage minor at Calgary.
Yeah.
Hanging out with me was probably not the best idea, but he was game. He was a gamer.
Yeah.
So I was kind of shocked when I heard this. I'm like, man, I can't believe, just because we've had some words over horses and stuff that he'd, badmouthed me on a podcast. Well, when Gavin texted me one night, asking me if I do this, I go, well, I guess I better get caught up on their podcast. And so that was the first one I started with was the Vendetta one, the one I'm going to have to get some revenge on.
Yeah.
And I listened to the thing, and John Dixon did nothing but compliment me. I thought, the only thing that I think could have been misconstrued was at one point John was like, well, I could just be like Koons and roll around Calgary drunk with only the top button on my shirt button.
Looking like a
True
cholo.
thing, man. I would always do that with the shirts they gave us. I'd go full on California cholo and just button the top button with the rest undone and folded out. And, backwards hat and all that. And that way I'd stand out in those big group photos, because you'd see like my white t-shirt on underneath or something. And,
Uh-huh.
it's hard to find yourself sometimes. Some of them photos, we had like 100 people or more. So I'd always do so. I'd have the, bill of my hat tacoed up in front or whatever. And I was literally always drunk at Calgary. Well, I was always drunk everywhere back then. I didn't sleep that whole week at Calgary. I would, I'd typically take $1,000 just for beer money, and I'd normally end up pulling out another 1,000, halfway through the week.
Shit.
It was, I went hard, it was one of them things.
Having a good time.
After I listened to the podcast, I was like, man, I got nothing to really get after John about. He didn't offend me one bit. I'm honored they mentioned my name, and then Ian, he put me on his Mount Rushmore, which was a huge honor because I have the utmost respect for Ian and his skill and his dedication
great
to
guy.
our trade. He's trained so many people, and he and I have judged a bunch of big contests together. We're best of buddies, but I do have to set the record straight on a couple of things that Ian talked about.
Our great friends over at Farrier have been supporting us on Forging Brains for a while now. Since the time that they have sponsored the show, we have received many great products that I wouldn't have thought about buying, or because I was being a tight ass. But they were sent to me in their subscription box, and now I use those products in my day-to-day practice. Each box is sent bi-monthly, and in those boxes is an array of the top tools and products that have been tested by the greats in our industry. So go to www.farrierbox.com and use code BRAINS for 25% off your first month's order. You won't be disappointed, I'll tell you that.
Because I think the old age has affected his brain a little bit. Maybe there's a slight bit of like Biden-style dementia going on. I've seen him recently. He walks better than Joe Biden. He doesn't have the little
Hitches giddy up.
But the mind's getting a little slower, I think. So Ian was talking about the epic 5-judge competition that we had in the WCB.
Oh, the WCB one?
Yeah, he made mention of that, and so it was cool to hear it, because I think about that one a lot. That one was huge for me, and it was just an event that's never been able to be replicated. We never did it again because it was just too much. It was so hard. But Ian couldn't remember. He had maybe 3 or 4 of the judges' names. He didn't have them all. He wasn't quite sure on the location. He talked about the epic match play, between me and Dusty. He kind of messed that up. So I wanted to make sure that, the right judges got credit for that. So that was the 2009 finals.
Didn't you say Shane was one of the judges?
Yes, sir. I got them all wrote down here. I know them off the top of my head, but I'm going to refer to the notes just to be certain. So, yep, that was the 09 WCB National Championship or finals. Back then, the finals were worth double points. I had just gotten married. the judges. It was at the Denver Stock Show, so
That's pretty
that
cool.
was to me that was huge because I always had planned to rodeo there,
Yeah,
from the
as
time I
any
was a
young
kid.
cowboy does.
Yep, I always thought I'd be there riding bulls or roping, or maybe both, and then this horseshoeing competition stuff came along and kind of snatched up my time and attention. But so the 5 judges were Shane Carter, Jim Poor, Mr. Jim Keith, Roy Bloom, and Scott Davidson.
It's a handy list.
It was something else. Just all top hands, like all people with impeccable eyes, just high standard guys. So I knew going
And
into
did they each individually make specimens? Like, so they each had a specimen in there?
everybody had some of the specimens. I don't remember all of them, but one thing I remember in particular was Jim Poor put a slider in there. It was an 1.25 inch slider with a brazed on rudder. And
Yep.
I've always loved sliders, even though I never shod many reining horses. Never had like barns of them, but I did the odd horse here and there. But I always thought that it was really cool discipline, because there's so much you could do with the trim and with the shoe to enhance
Mhm.
those horses or help them out. And
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 did
I
that slider have like kind of the turned up heels on it?
I think it had a turned up
Okay.
lateral, like a spooned lateral, and the rudder was on
Yeah.
the medial quarter. Um, had the continuous rocker toe, I think, like the arc,
Yep.
the radius
Yep.
rocker toe.
Yeah, I've seen those.
Yep,
Cool
and
shoe.
it was one of them shoes where people probably like, oh, it's a slider, what, no big deal. But I worked hard on that thing because I seen there was a lot of little minute details in there that the average person might not notice or see. So I worked hard
Oh
on
yeah.
that thing, and I remember I won that shoe, and Shane Carter actually made the call on that. I think it was kind of going back and forth between I think it was between me and Gene Leisure on that shoe for first and second. And, all the judges had kind of moved him back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And then Shane walked up and looked at him, turned him over, and took a Sharpie and he drew on my pritchel holes. Like he connected the dots on my pritchel holes. And then he connected the dots on Gene's, and he goes, look at the foot in that nail pattern on mine. And he goes, and then look at the lack of a foot in the nail pattern on this one. And boom, my shoe went to first, and Gene's
The
actually,
deciding factor.
I don't know if it went to second or if it even went a little lower after Shane pointed that out. And it was just a matter of how they flowed, where Gene's were kind of a straight line and mine had the arc to them. And like even just
Yep.
the placement of the pritchel hole in the steel, the correlation of it to the inner and outer edge was perfect all the way through every hole.
It was
And
an
that
arc and not a zigzag.
and it was something I saw in the specimen that I really worked on, and it was something I always paid attention to because I shot every horse with handmaids, most of my entire career. So I really always focused on nail holes and nailability, and it paid off on that one. And then that match play, um,
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, was this the one you were telling me about the story between you and Shane kind of
oh,
arguing?
that is the contest where Shane ripped my head off, and
Yeah.
that wasn't due to the match play. That was
You're
so
striking or
imagine
something.
five judges trying to judge every part of the shoeing at a
Tough.
Yeah.
WCB. Like that was something I don't
Chaos.
think we put a whole lot of thought into other than Shane put a lot of thought into it, knowing that it was going to be a cluster and that it was going to cost everyone a lot of time. And of course, like so many places, the horses we got were working horses that worked out in the mountains and stuff. And Shane was adamant, like, these things need to be fit up tidy. Like, I don't want any length, I don't want any expansion, like dime on a dime type stuff here, is what we're looking for. And so Shane pretty much laid down the rules. He's like, if your trim isn't checked in 15 minutes, you're done. If you haven't called for us to come check your trim in 15 minutes, just pack your tools. We're not going to look
Damn.
at it. If your shoe isn't ready for fit check in 30 minutes, pack your tools. You're done. We're not going to look at it. And then he also said, he's like, the final judge, or he something like, we're going to give you a thumbs up or a thumbs down on the shoe whether it can be nailed on or not. Like if you give me a shoe that has length, then I'm going to give it back to you and you rasp it off and make it fit, or don't nail it on, kind of thing. Like you had to get the okay from the final judge before you could nail on. So I'm striking for my buddy Nick Rossi, and I'm helping him fit and all that. I'm like, Nick, it's long. He's like, I know, but I'm running out of time. Got to get this shoe judge, or they're gonna, DQ me. And so Nick finally is like, okay, I got to turn it in. And so I hand it to the horse holder, and he raises his hand. All the judges come and judge it. Shane was like the final one, and I'm striking on the specimen, helping Nick the best I can. And then the horse handler goes, hey, you're good to go. Nail it on. And I'm like, really? I'm kind of thinking we were going to get the old, shorten it up deal. He's like, nope, they said you're good to go. And so Nick comes and he starts nailing that thing on, man. And Shane Carter comes by and sees it and just comes unglued, man, starts yelling at me. And I'm like, all I'm trying to tell Shane is, dude, the horse handler told me, or not dude, I never say dude to Shane Carter. Mr. Carter, the horse handler told me we were good to go. And I mean, I couldn't get 3 words out of my mouth. And he's just like, I mean, you could see the devil in his eyes. And, I mean, he just come apart on me. He's like bright red, and his eyes are bugging out of his head. And he's like, you shut your mouth and listen to me when I talk. And so I'd listen, and he's reaming me, and then I'd go to say something and he'd yell some more. And I'm just like, I'm taking it, the best I can. And then, finally he storms off. And so we pull the shoe off, rasp the heck out of it, nail it back on, get done. And then later I go in the trailer, to see Christine and Suzanne and everything. And Shane walks in, and I look over at him and smile, and he goes, I go, Shane, can we talk? And he goes, yeah. And so we go outside, and I go, hey, I'm really sorry if you felt like I was disrespecting you. And he goes, no, man, I'm really sorry for talking to you like that, man. You didn't deserve that. I go, no, Shane, I should have kept my mouth shut and heard you out. I go, I just was, I didn't want you to think that I didn't, that I just threw what you said into the wind and told him to nail it on. I go, my guy our horse holder legitimately said you said to nail it on. And he was like, oh, okay. And he's like, man, I'm sorry. I had no right to talk to you like that. And I go, Shane, you can talk to me like that anytime you want. I go, it means the world to me that you would take the time to yell at me. And he looked at me, he goes, man, you're a sick SOB. It was intense. I mean, I heard later from my buddy Tyson Clark, he was scribing for Jim Poor, and they come around the corner and see Shane and in my face, with his finger, and I'm just like standing there gritting my teeth, and Jim Poor puts his hand out in front of Tyson. He goes, let's go over here. Leave these guys.
Yeah, we gotta go, man. We gotta go.
Going over there right now. It was intense. Like Shane Carter is one of the most intense guys I've ever met. I've heard people on the podcast say how intense money is and all that, and I just laugh because money is just a teddy bear. But Shane Carter, that is an intense, hard man. Like, yeah.
Oh, I would love to have been a fly on the wall during like their practices with Shane, Jim Quick, Jim Poor, and Craig. Like, Craig was probably the most screw-offish in the bunch, or maybe Poor, but it's like, I'm sure those practices were very serious. Would like probably make some guys cry watching. Like, they couldn't handle it.
There's people that quit. There's guys when they had the gold team, silver team, there's people that quit that just couldn't take it. I mean, and tough guys, like they just could not take it, so they just quit. Like, I'm done.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, and then just think like who else on this planet could take care of Jay and learn from Jay like Shane did. I mean, he learned from Jay and then took care of Jay the rest of his life. Like, that takes a tough man. Because I mean, I love Jay, but in doses. Like I'd spend every second I could when I could get around him, but I could not imagine having Jay live at my house.
Yeah.
And Shane, like, he's a saint, but he's a hard man as well. And I mean, I have so much respect for him. Seeing seeing him back in his prime and stuff, amazing. Amazing
Oh,
to
I
see.
bet it was awesome.
Yeah. Let me read the list of names real quick, so we
Yeah.
can do that. And then,
We'll
all
quit
right.
rabbit holing you.
Well, so like I said, some of these people were best friends, some were family, some were people that just pissed me off so much that it motivated me to like come to that next level. Most of them, were friends and people that led by example. And so a lot were family. I was very fortunate to be alive and know a lot of, or most of my mentors and heroes were part of that greatest generation that this world ever saw. The grandparents and stuff that went through the Great Depression and World War II. Those were I was somewhat
Tough
raised by
people.
my grandpa Harvey, and I mean he was such an amazing man, a work ethic like I've never seen. Uh, fought in the Philippine Islands, or ran a tank through the Philippine Islands, and did a lot of very harsh things, but was also like the kindest, gentlest, like follower of Christ, like the guy that would pick up a hitchhiker and move him in that just got out of prison. True story. Like
Damn.
just gave everybody everything he had. So I was so lucky to be around people like that. So here we go. My parents, Keith and Elena Koons, my mom, Eileen, and Tony Coronado, my uncle Scott, John, Tom Koons, Buzz Koons, my grandpa and grandma Howard and Stella Harvey, Uncle Harold and Helen Reeder, my grandpa Sherman and grandma Pat Koons, Benny Villegas. He was a guy that helped our FFA group. He had been in our FFA group himself, and then when we got into parliamentary procedure competition, he showed up and schooled us all on it. And he's a guy that he's one of the first guys I heard say, like, he was like, I'll help you at any point in your life as long as you're doing your best. He's like, if you want to be a drunk or a crackhead, you better be the best drunk crackhead out there, and I'll help you. He's like, whatever you
Shit.
do, try and be the best at it. Like, but such a cool guy. So my ag teacher, George Kreutz, Dr. John Etchart, who we talked about, Noel Portelli, Dirk Ballard, Dave Stone, Danny Cadwell, Denny Bryant, Bob Marshall, Monty Schwanofelt, Lee Green, Dallas Morgan, Jason Harmison, Ken Lyon, Todd Walker, John McNerney, Bill Poor, Craig and Christine Turnka, Jim Poor, Jim Quick, Shane Carter, Roy Bloom, Aaron Fry, Trey Green, Billy Reed, Chris Madrid, Conrad Tro, Tim McPhee, Jason Job, Jerry Schwanevelt, Myron McLean, Uncle Dave Harvey, John Crater, Austin Edens, Mark Milster, Jim Keith, Josh Sanders, Josh Eggink, Jake Engler, Edward Martin, Gary Darlow, Darren Bazin, Billy Crothers, Derek Gardner, Ian Ritchie, Marshall Isles, Ben Yeager, Scott Davidson, Dan Hausman, Jim Balfour, Ian Guidejax, Devin Carrera, Beanie, Brian Graham, Nick Rossi, Jay Sharp, Dries Pruis, Bob Medeiros, Lawrence Fortin, Chris Waring, David Hopper, Johnny Koons, Joe and Christy Talley, Joey Talley, Michael and Emily Timoni, Daniel Jones, Lamar Weaver, Dr. Cobb, Dr. Eric Cobb, Chad Chance, Hooter, Shannon Hamilton, Chuck Kolb, Donnie Reed, Gene Leisure, and most of all, my beautiful, loving wife, Nicole Koons, and my children, Cadence and Caleb Koons. Like all these names I mentioned, and there's a lot more, I'm sure.
That's a strong
But all
list.
those people had like profound impacts on my life one way or another. And like Trey Green's a name in there. Like I hated that dude when I first met him. We almost,
No
I
kidding.
tried to have a little throwdown with him at the end of the banquet because he was such an arrogant, pompous, like hitting on my buddy's wife, muscle out of his shirt. Even though I was a shy, quiet kid, I was like, dude, you better go over there before I knock your head off. It
That'd
was
be a mountain to climb. That'd be a mountain to climb right there.
he's strong, but he ain't tough. No, we've rolled around a few times.
Oh,
But Trey, when he showed up, it was my first Division II and my only Division II. Me and Trey were back and forth, first and second every class. Going into the shoeing, we were tied, and the shoeing was double points, and he got me by one place in the shoeing, so he won the buckle. And I told myself after that, I'm like, man, I ain't ever gonna get beat by some no-name dude like this Trey Green guy that I've never heard of. I'd much rather go get beat by Craig Tarka, Jason Smith, Jim Poor. So I'm just going in the open. And so I went into the open after that. And, years later, me and Trey became really good friends. And then come to find out, like when we were on the AFT together and stuff, we'd room together sometimes and stay up all night talking, and, come to find out we were riding bulls in the same arenas and stuff, back in
the same
day
time.
and didn't know each other, like traveling all the
world.
same circles in Southern California bull riding, and just funny, friends, like so many mutual friends in that realm, but didn't never really get to know each other until the horseshoeing thing. So yeah, like Trey's an example of someone in that list, or another one was Aaron Fry. Aaron Fry showed up and beat me out of the first West Coast Triple Crown. And I'd never heard of him, but come to find out he was, working with Shane Carter. And, but I was so like put off by the fact that I got beat by this guy I'd never heard of that it spurred me on, to go and take the next 4 West Coast Triple Crowns.
Yeah.
It's funny. It's what it takes.
Yep. And so like, and we became great friends too, me and Aaron. Like I love that guy. So that's kind of that list of names, like I respect all those people for what little part of this puzzle they put together for me. And, that when I was writing it down last night, it was crazy how many of them are not with us anymore. As I was thinking about it, it's like, man, it's so sad, but it's so good because, I'm as long as I'm here, I'm not going to let any of them names be forgotten. People are going to have to listen to me talk about them.
I think that speaks volumes to like the person you are, just to put that thought into, thinking of all these guys that have helped you out throughout your career and, and brought you to where you are now. Like, that probably took some time just thinking about who are all these guys that have impacted my life that I want to talk about and let be heard, to everybody else out there.
Go ahead, Riley.
It's huge. Yeah, it's huge. It's something I want to kind of ask you, like rabbit hole a little bit again, but like you had mentioned too, of like it sucks when people don't mention those people, right? That they don't like say this is the people that opened this trail for me and kind of led me down there. And it's something I struggle with too, because it's something I would like to hear how you do it. That you do a lot of clinics and you've done a lot of clinics and stuff like that, and people have known. Like I've never been to one of your clinics, but I've always heard they were great.
What?
You put together very good clinics, and
I'm out of here.
It's so hard when you show up. Like, how do you go about letting everybody? Because it's like, I always struggle. Like, okay, I'm in the middle of the clinic and like I'm teaching this one technique, and it's like, well, I learned this technique from say Poor, or I learned this technique from Craig, or like, and it's like the clinic can get washed up if you're mentioning that every time. So like, when you start, do you start by
I always
letting
try
everybody know?
I always try and start the clinic with just a talk, even if it's just a demo, excuse me, or a hands-on or whatever it may be. I need to loosen up. I always start off, like nervous and, thoughts all jumbled up and everything. So I like to just slow down, introduce myself, kind of, give a real, as brief as I possibly can, summary of where I came from, and I'll throw a lot of names out in that, and I also since you're the clinician and you're the guy on the spot and all the pressure's on you, I like to turn it around and put it on the people too. So after I introduce myself and kind of say my spiel, then I say, okay, I want to start right here to my right. I want each of you to introduce yourself, give me your first and last name, years in the trade, and what you're wanting to learn, and then just go through, and so then it's great because then every single one of them gets nervous and they stutter and they misspeak and all that. And it loosens up the crowd, you know, because then now they have to participate in the verbal aspect of it. But then as everything I'm teaching on the anvil or on the horse, the way my mind works, like if I'm doing it, I'm thinking of who taught me how to do that, or who I saw do that, or how maybe someone else does that different than me with a good result. And so I just blend all that in as I'm teaching, because I think if you just only talk about what you're doing, like it gets real easy for people to mentally check out, even if they don't want to. Like eventually, like you can only hear so much about running a fuller, and you can only hear so much about, you know, drawing a clip or trimming a foot. Whereas if you kind of break it up with some personal stories of, yeah, I learned this from Craig Turnka, and we were in, you know, Illinois in the middle of a snowstorm doing a clinic for 4 people, you know, and I was striking for him, and you know, this is what he showed me, you know, and it kind of, I think it almost helps those lessons to stick for the people when they actually kind of get a view into what you saw when you learned it, like the environment, the person, the scenario. Like it's easier to remember a story than it is a technique. So if you add
Yeah.
story in with the technique, I think it helps people to take it home better.
No, I
Yeah.
think that's a great one, because it's like half of being a clinician seems like you're trying to be a DJ and keep the party going.
You are. There's a lot of pressure on you to keep the attention. There's a lot of pressure. I mean, we all want people to go and give good reviews to their friends about it and not just be like, oh my God, that dude's a narcissist. Every other word he
Yeah.
said was I or me or my, like, so that's why I also like to talk about other people, because it is so easy to say, well, I do it like this because I learned this way and I, you know, do this every day. And, you know, and that gets old really fast, you know, so. And I always notice the people who give respect to others. You know, like I'll never forget the speech Jim Quick gave when he won convention. I don't remember the exact year, but Jim got up on the stage there and everybody's yelling speech and all that. And so he goes over there confidently, you know, sticks his
Oh, yeah.
chest, upper lip out, and you know, I want to thank the guys who, I should say, the men who got me to where I'm at. Mr. Shane Carter, Mr. Jim Poor, and Mr. Craig Turnka, and you know, and he gives all this respect to them, and then he says, and I also want to thank him for not being here. What was that? Flush the toilet, or was that a
Road
truck
noise.
driving by your trailer, Riley?
Yeah. So like I'm in my shoe-in trailer. I'm
That's
off a
funny.
logging road. And so
So
these are
that
log trucks just like whipping by every once in a while.
Yeah, I know, that cracks me up in all the episodes where like you're hearing people shooting deer out there with handguns and stuff.
Dude, yeah, we're out here a
Very
little bit.
love it. But did you hear that last part that
I
Jim
didn't hear
said?
the last part of it. I heard him thanking the Shane and Craig, and then not the last part.
I figured the truck probably drowned it out. So at the end of his speech, he said, "I also want to thank those men for not being here, because if they were, they would have kicked my ass." You know, and it was as arrogant as Jim can come off. You know, like he always backs it up with something like so classy and respectful. You know, he's a one of a kind.
Oh yeah,
I,
man, he is.
you know that story I told you where he left me hanging and you know, left my hand hanging out in the wind like that. And I told him about that years later when we became friends, and he's like, "That never happened. That never happened. I never did that." I'm like, "Oh yeah, you did."
Yeah.
It
And you
happened.
were walking away like I was ready to have a throwdown, and you just
You're
took
like,
off.
I'll never forget it. I will never forget it.
I could smell it. I remember it so well.
Yeah. It was just another Tuesday for Mr. Jim Quick.
That's why he don't remember. I mean, how he didn't even
Yeah.
buy the shoeing. You know, he never bothered to look up probably.
No.
I was thinking like, oh, like I made, you know, I did pretty good in the shoeing, so he'll talk to me now. Wrong.
Did he even know? Did he even know?
Yeah, and then years later, my partner Jason Harmison asked me to. We went to Montana to compete the year before with Craig judging, and had a great road trip and a great time. And that old Missoula, Montana contest was a great one. You know, it was multiple days. It was a lot of shoeing. And it was one of the older contests in the country too, according to Scott Davidson. So Jason asked me to go the next year and partner up because they'd have like a 2-man, they'd have a 3-man, and then a couple individuals. And I says, yeah, I'd like to go. Who's judging? And he goes, Jim Quick. And I was like, oh, you better get somebody else. That dude hates my guts. And Jason goes, well, I don't give a damn. You're my brother. We're gonna do it together. We'll either win or lose together. Let's go. I was like, oh, all right. So we went, and Jim was the judge, and here I was thinking like, I'm gonna go this thing and just get last place in everything because that dude hates me. And we took Nicole with us, and my wife. We weren't married yet, but anyhow, I remember there was some really interesting things that happened there. Jim did a demo the first day, a shoeing demo, and the wind was howling, and there was no structure or anything to like stop that wind. It was like 40, probably like 30 sustained and like 40 to 60 gust. I mean, it was gnarly stuff just blowing by. And they brought a horse that, I mean, probably never been hot shod before. It is this, I remember it was this black quarter horse, man. And it was stout and it was tight and it was short and it was scared to death. And so Jim gives a spiel. He's like, guys, this isn't the ideal circumstance, for a demo. He's like, I'm not making any excuses, but I'm going to just get through this. I'm going to kind of do it at my daily pace. It ain't going to be pretty. It ain't going to be fancy. And it is what it is. It's what we got. And he trims this horse perfect. I mean, you can't find a fault. And I mean, the thing's jerking his guts out the whole time. It's hopping around, trying to take off. And then he knocks out these 3/4 fullard shoes, goes to the foot, burns them on. The horse is hopping around. He basically just cuts a big notch in and then just gets the clip seated. Horse bouncing around. You look like instant wall contact, heel to heel, like with hardly a burn. Just shoes flat, foot's flat, done deal. Throws them in the water bucket, goes, nails them on with the horse dragging him all over. But I mean, just super efficiently nails them on. Nail lines are just, they're not like up to the coronary band. They're a third, just a nice ascending third, everyday work stuff. Clenches it up with no frills, but like solid and there's no foot to rasp off because the shoes fit. And he's done in like no time at all while talking and dealing with the environment and all this stuff. And, I'm looking around and half the guys there don't even know what they saw,
Yeah.
They have no clue the magic that just happened. Like that could have went a million different ways with anybody else doing it. But Jim just slow and steady and efficient, like did it lickety split, done. Let's get the horse out of here and let's, talk about some other stuff. And then we're all sitting around, having a beer, sitting on the bleachers, talking about stuff later. And
what's up, guys? Going to take a little minute, talk about some of our sponsors for the show. One of the largest Farrier supply stores in the world is stepping up for Forge and Brains podcast to help you guys by sending you on your way with a cool gift when you use the code BRAINS at checkout. Wellshod carries so many different supplies throughout their warehouse that, honestly, we could probably do a whole podcast just talking about all the different supplies, tools, anvils, all sorts of products that they carry throughout their warehouse. It's insane. If you guys haven't been there, you should put it on the list to go check them out, just to go see them, but also to go buy some stuff too. Their recent products they've been making in-house is anvils. They're producing the Scott anvils as well as the new Scott Eden's 200-pound anvil. I believe they've also been doing the Cliff Carroll anvils for some time as well. And John Harshbarger talked about that in his episode previously on Forge and Brains podcast. So when you guys go to order with Wellshod, either online or on the telephone, use code BRAINS, and they'll hook you up with a free product in your order. And don't be afraid to let us know what that gift is. We're happy to be working with Wellshod because they are invested in this trade, the same as the rest of us, and not just there for profits and money. Plus, I don't know how you can beat that $10 flat shipping they always have. Like, That's insane. Can't get a better deal than that. So either call them up on the telephone or go online at www.wellshod.com. And when you go to checkout on your order, use the code BRAINS and they'll hook you up with something cool in your order. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about working with Wellshod. This is going to be great.
You know, guys are whining about how difficult their lives are. I remember one guy's like, well, you know, Mr. Quick, you said that you don't have to nail on natural balance shoes and all that because, you know, Jim had said, well, I live off the land. I don't necessarily need a whole lot of money. I don't have kids and all that. I live off the land and I don't have to do what a vet says if I don't think it's right. And this guy, you know, he's like, well, I got kids and I got a truck payment and I got a house payment and my wife's in school and I have to nail on natural balance shoes and blah, you know, that was just kind of the way people were acting, you know, just crying in their beer kind of thing. And I got up to go to the outhouse and, you know, get rid of a beer or two and make room for more. And I'm halfway there and I hear some rapidly approaching footsteps and I look over my shoulder and it's Jim Quick. And he's like, hey, Travis. And I turn around. I was like, yeah. And he goes, so you know it's all BS, right? And I go, and he was talking about the clinic and all, like he was trying to set me up or something. And you know, this is before the contest. And I go, honestly, Jim, I came here thinking I was going to see and hear a bunch of BS. I go, but man, I'm nothing but super impressed. I go, you did a heck of a job on that horse, you know, especially considering the circumstances. And I mean, I know I couldn't have done any better on my best day. I go, dude, and I know you don't care much for me or whatever. I go, but I'm here, you know, to get my 5th place if that's what you see fit, you know, kind of deal. Like I just kind of threw it out there and he looked at me. I was like, you know, I go, I kind of thought you were an a-hole, but now I'm thinking differently, you know. And he looked at me. He's like, "You're a crazy SOB." You know? I dropped this the day before, but I was like, honestly, I go, I got nothing to lose, man. Yet what you did today was nothing short of amazing, you know, on that horse.
Just get through it.
Yeah, and then you know, fast forward to the awards given. You know, I'm getting my name called a bunch, and Jim goes over to Nicole and he goes, so are you ready to go to England this next year? And she's like, what? And Jim goes, that dude's going to England next year. He's going to be on the Farrier's team. And then he put his arm around me in one picture when I was getting the overall award. He puts his arm around me and he pulls me in close. He goes, you're welcome at my shop anytime, Koons.
Oh, that's cool.
Anytime. He goes, you're going to England next year, so you need to get by the shop.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Like, the hair on my neck just stood up thinking about it. You know, it was a pivotal moment where I was like, wow, the guy I thought hated my guts and would never have the time of day for me just invited me to his house. And, you know, it's pretty amazing.
Oh, he doesn't send those invites to anybody, just anybody at all. Like,
no, not at all.
That's, I'm sure that was, you were like, I can do this. Now,
it was
before you're like, I had it in my mind I can do it, but you're like, I'm here. Like it's gonna happen.
Yeah, and there was definitely some times where I knew I got hometown because of, you know, like I didn't fit in. I wasn't now had people got to know me, they'd realize I fit in great because grew up doing the same stuff they did and I probably did it better than them, honestly, but and to a more extreme degree than a lot of them. But because I dress different, you know, it's like, you know, I'm not going to say it was racism, but it was definitely, there was a bias toward me for not being that cookie cutter dude in the tight Wranglers and the, you know, pants tucked into the boots and all that, you know, the brush popper back in them days.
So was there like a particular reason why you decided to like start trying to like dress different or just
it was when I went on hiatus and started partying and, you know, the girls weren't looking for a dude in Wranglers and stuff, you know, and so, you know, all my buddies were all wearing like kind of the skater look, you know, and we were going to clubs all the time. And, you know, I realized the more you kind of assimilated to that, the better your chances were of getting a phone number and you know, maybe
getting chicks
out of the situation. So
I see.
that had a lot to do with it, you know, and it was the style. I was listening to a bunch of rap and, and different stuff at that time. And I felt like, my rodeo days were behind me, and I was just gonna, do that for a while. And it was comfortable, baggy jeans are definitely more comfortable than, butt tight
Tight-ass.
Wranglers.
Yeah.
I've always been a bigger guy. So, I mean, I did get to a point where the butt tight Wranglers didn't even work anymore, because to wear the right size waist, my thighs didn't fit in them. I was looking at a lot of heavy lifting, and my legs got pretty dang big. So I'd have to wear, if I wore Wranglers, I'd have to wear them sagging.
Yeah.
Now it's my belly that don't fit them well. But
Thank God for cinch jeans to come out, so we didn't have to keep wearing cowboy cuts.
yeah, like at least the girls got the what were those called? The real high waist.
Oh, I couldn't even tell you.
So popular when I was a teenager. Rockies.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, the girls got the Rockies, so at least like they didn't have like that waistband digging into their hips anymore.
Oh, geez.
those are the no pockets ones, right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
They look funny as heck when you see them now, but man, back then it was like, ooh, she got
All the
Rockies
rage.
on.
Oh, they're back in fashion now, though. It's like
Yeah, they're
it's
coming
came
back.
back around.
Everything does. It's so weird.
It is. It's
Yeah.
even the dual colored ones and stuff. Like that's the thing.
Oh yeah, they'd have stripe patterns. It was like nothing you ever seen before. Oh man. So
I see you going back to your
I
notes
say what's
list
next
there.
on our list here?
yeah, there's definitely some things I don't want to miss. I told
We're
you
taking a
some
lesson
about
from
my dad and
Master Koonzagi.
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 I'm surprised Daniel Jones didn't mention that in his podcast, man. Not that I'm expecting everybody to talk about me in all these podcasts I listen to, but man, I sure thought Daniel Jones would have thrown old Koonzagi a shout out or something.
Koonzagi.
We had us a lot of good times, man. And I remember like that, the first time Daniel came out to my house, it was crazy. I remember, he had started coming to WCBs, and he was rolling with Billy Lewis, and I could see there was like this huge amount of untapped potential in Daniel, and he was doing the Billy Lewis really well. Like he was being good competition for Billy, but not so much for the top 10 part of the table, or the top 20 at that time. And so me and Daniel kind of become friends at the contest, started talking, and I says, hey, why don't you come out sometime? And he goes, all right. And so sure enough, he called me up and planned a week, and he came out. I lived in Romoland, California at the time, had a single wide trailer and one bedroom, and just a couch in the living room. So everybody that ever came out got to sleep on the couch, and that was the living room and kitchen combined, and the bathroom was between my bedroom and that. I mean, it was a tiny little thing. And the shop was just, it was a coke forge next to a garage with a carport canopy like you buy at
Sounds
Costco.
like mine.
No tarp. Most of the time there was no tarp because the sun would eat it in about, 2 months.
Yeah.
That was the shop, and the power tools and stuff were inside the garage, but it was way too hot to work inside there. So Daniel comes out, man, and he and I, we like to drink a lot, and Daniel and I were always never good for each other in that.
I was kind of wondering.
He was like one of the few people I've ever met that could like hang with me all day, all night, all week, and so we would just push each other in every way. And man, we shot horses. We worked in that forge like until the sun would come up after work, and then sleep an hour and go to work again, and then come stay in that forge till the sun came up again. And we even thought we discovered a new species of bug. They're called ant lions, but Daniel and I spent like hours trying to dig these things up. You ever see them little like conical shaped holes in the ground, like around the base of trees?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect little conical, like it looks like you took a top, like a top that you spin, and jabbed it in the ground. Like we're tripping out on that one night at like 4 a.m. And so we kind of start inspecting and digging, and next thing you know, we find this crazy looking bug in the bottom of one of them holes. And Jason Carlisle from Reno was there too that time. we go in at like 4 in the morning, and Carlisle's in there passed out and on the floor. And we're like, you got to see this, man. We've come up. And we were already thinking of what to name it, thinking we found this new species of bug. And Jason wakes up, wipes his eyes. He's like, that's an antlion, you dumbasses. And we were like, what?
This is before
We just
Google.
discovered it.
Before Google.
It was before Google. Me and Daniel went so hard that week, and he needed a tool and fuller block. We were starting to do more tool and fuller stuff, and I was so fortunate, to be around Dallas Morgan, and Dallas Morgan had showed me so much, and I wasn't ready for it. Like I met Dallas almost too soon. I wasn't ready for what I was able to witness. But he had this tiny little shop, his little block building. It wasn't even 10 by 10, I don't think. It was so small, but he had all the shoes from people he'd met up on the walls. And I was always focusing on these tool and fullered shoes. I'd never seen anything like them. And so I'm like, what is this? And Dallas is like, oh, that's a tool and fullered Hunter front made by Dave Smith. I'm like, oh, wow, who's that? And he's like, oh, you don't know who Smithy is, And I'm like, no, sounds like a cool name. I wish my name was Smithy.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, that's the Hunter shoeing. Like that guy's the Hunter shoeing god in England. Like that dude has won so many national championships, Hunter shoeing championships. Like he is the man. And I'm like, well, how do you make a shoe like that? And so he shows me all his kit, and he's like, oh yeah, when I stayed over in England, me and Smithy made this block, off of his block. And I'm like, well, how do you even do that? So he tells me, and, I never even seen him make one, but then years later, after Dallas moved to New York, I hit him up. I was like, man, I really want to learn to do that tool and fuller stuff. And he just sent me all his stuff. I was like, here, have fun, knock yourself out. And so I started making them before there was any contest for them, just because I loved that shoe and I wanted to figure out how to make
Out of curiosity.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'd make them things by myself, no striker, just, hunks of dog poo, throw them on the ground and just, keep going until they finally started looking like something. And then, lo and behold, I make the AFA team, and that first year I did, they had a special class that year where you made these shoes at home and brought them in to be judged, kind of like a mail-in, like Calgary used to do, but it was bring it with you. And it was a tool and fuller cock and wedge, and it was a German Army Hind with the Maslach quarter clips and the 50,000 nail holes.
Yeah.
And so I, between practicing my shoes for Stoneleigh and all that, I would make tool and fullered shoes in between my shoes, kind of for a mental break when I'd kind of get sick of mine. Then I'd make those, and then I'd make the German Army shoes, and that ended up being an amazing thing because me and Bill went early. We went to Scotland for a week and did the Edward Martin, and that whole trip was just magical, man. I'll never forget it. Just the week that me and Bill spent just getting into trouble and getting lost and doing just ridiculousness everywhere we went. It was like watching an episode of Jackass,
Oh yeah.
breaking stuff, hurting each other, getting in trouble, for going into a castle that you're not supposed to go into, and security showing up. And
Who did you get to stay with when you were there?
Me and Bill in Scotland, we stayed at this bed and breakfast on a little farm close to the ferry shop. And it was a family that would normally, they would host like apprentices and stuff for the ferries and give them a place to stay.
Okay.
So the Ferry brothers hooked us up with them, and it was a really cool place, really good people. Had a good breakfast for us every morning and dinner waiting for us whenever we showed up at night. So cool.
4 a.m.
But that was such a cool trip because that's when I met Devin Carrera and Ian Guyjacks. They were like, I don't know that they were apprentices, but like they had just maybe Devin was an apprentice still, and Ian had just got done with his, and I was so impressed with those young dudes, man. They were so handy and just super fun guys to be around. And me and Bill hit it off real good with them, and those guys to this day I could call Ian, and whenever I check on Ian, it's like talking to a brother, that I haven't talked to in a few years. Like we're just right there where we left off, and like Devin was a little wild man. he was super wild, but he took him a while because of how wild he was, but he's become super handy. Such a good horseshoer. And Ian Gyjax is, he's, in my opinion, probably one of the best horseshoers on the planet. Like
Really?
that guy, when he's on, he can shoe a foot. I mean, it is artwork, you know. But he's got a real bad back now and had a lot of problems. So he's not. You don't see his name like you used to. But I mean, I seen him do jobs at Calgary, like as a rookie, just showing up there, like shoeing jobs on the floor that should have been winning, you know. But
Yeah.
maybe weren't getting the look because of the name, you know. The name wasn't quite known, but I mean, that dude can shoe with the best of them. He's amazing. And Devin, he married the prettiest girl in Scotland, so I was proud of him. He did good there. All right, so I kind of briefly mentioned, you know, being fortunate to grow up around that greatest generation. You know, I wanted to
Yeah.
talk a little about my grandpa Howard Harvey. He had five. There was five of including him. There was five brothers in the Harvey family. The oldest one, Kenny, he drowned in Lake Arrowhead when he was in high school. So he didn't get to go to the war. But the other four brothers, my grandpa Howard, his brother Harold, and his brother Bob, and his little brother Claire, they all went into different branches of the service, and they all enlisted and went and fought in World War II. My grandpa was on the Philippine Islands running a tank, and my uncle Bob, the oldest, he was in a flying fortress as a belly gunner, flying missions over Germany. And then Uncle Harold, we called him Hal. He was on Iwo Jima. He was a Marine. He helped fight to take that island of Iwo Jima. And that if people out there hadn't heard about that, you ought to look it up. There's movies on it. There's books on it. That was a game changer in World War II. It was an extremely bloody battle. It went on for 6 weeks, and I think
Yeah.
I think we lost 65,000 American troops, and then they killed 22,000 Japanese.
Holy shit.
I just recently listened to a Sean Ryan show podcast with a man that was a flamethrower operator on Iwo Jima, and it was an amazing podcast. This guy is almost 100, I think he's almost 100 now, and he's sharp as a tack. He talks about what it was like growing up, you know, in the Great Depression and how they survived, and then, you know, going into World War II, leading up to Iwo Jima, and then as a flamethrower, your life expectancy was 40 minutes, I believe. That was the average. He's the only flamethrower that survived that battle. Yeah, it's a
Really?
gnarly podcast. So anybody, I hate to give you guys any competition, you know, but Sean Ryan show, I think
Sean Ryan.
yeah, it's one of the more recent episodes. You know, the gentleman who was on Iwo Jima. It's an amazing.
Yeah, there's a couple like firsthand books that are written on EGM that are really good, and I think Jack Carr did another podcast with one of the survivors
Yeah.
from it. That are the firsthand stories.
Yeah,
are pretty wild.
my uncle Hal that was on there. He was filled with shrapnel. Like his whole life, he was having to go in and have shrapnel removed, and it came from a hand grenade in a foxhole. You know, and most of the time they'd find them and throw them out, you know, before they exploded. And I guess it was nighttime and they heard one come in, and, you know, they scrambled to find it and couldn't find it. And then, you know, at the last second, his partner in the hole with him dove on top of it, and it
Wow.
blew him apart, but it filled my Uncle Hal with shrapnel. And I mean, and then Uncle Claire, the baby, he was in the Navy, so he saw a lot of action too. And you know, the one Uncle Bob that was in the flying fortresses, he'd been shot down a few times, you know, behind enemy lines and stuff, and kept going. And I mean, he moved up to your neck of the woods, man. When he got out, Uncle Bob, or they had the deal where they'd give the veterans 40 acres or 80 acres,
Yeah.
maybe it was. And so
Yeah, I think. Yeah,
he took him up on it, and he moved up to Walla Walla, Washington, and started raising alfalfa, and he turned that, whatever it was, 40 or 80 acres, he turned it into an empire. He ended up, with thousands and thousands and thousands of acres of alfalfa and potatoes and onions, and,
Yeah,
made a
gold
heck of
mine
a
now.
life for all his kids. And, it's an amazing, we used to go up there when I'd get to go with my grandma and grandpa as a kid. We'd jump in the truck, dragging a fifth wheel RV, and leave San Jacinto and drive our way up through Northern California into Oregon, and then stop and visit my grandpa's older sister she was in McKenzie Bridge, Oregon. They had a lodge there, and the McKenzie River
Yeah.
ran right through their lodge. They had a little island with a rope bridge that went out to it, and I'd spend days out there fishing, catching big old trout and stuff, and amazing
Yeah.
place. And then we'd leave there and head up to Walla Walla and Kennewick, and hang out there with our family and swim in the Snake River and stuff, and fish in the Snake River. And then also in their irrigation ponds, they had some really good sized bass and stuff stocked in their ponds. So that
So
was
you,
really cool as a kid to
Oh
just
yeah.
just be around those men, who they'd been through unimaginable things, but they were like the kindest, most loving, caring, hardworking, stoic people you ever met. They never complained about what they did. They all looked at it as their honor, and it wasn't even, I never really hear people say thank you for your service back then very often. I think it was just a known thing that they were appreciated. Or now it's like, you hear a lot of people say, hey, thank you for your service, which is awesome. And I think we should all do it. But it is sad that, like our government and kind of probably, a large percentage of the people in this country don't appreciate what our veterans have done. You know,
No, not at all.
yeah, it's a weird,
It's crazy too. Those guys were very much so like your grandpa's brother is a perfect example of like came from not very much and was like no work was too hard to build an empire for him. Like it was just no like it wasn't a big deal to him that he came from not much to build a whole
yeah,
empire into a place that he didn't
yeah.
grow
Their
up from.
their dad,
Like
their dad, his name was Caleb Harvey, and he was the California state vet, and he had a section of land kind of in the Norco Corona area, Wineville, it was called. And so he farmed a section of land there with his boys, and they were they had like a wagon, but you'll see pictures of them guys as teenagers out there with their shirts off, and they'll have the hay stacked 20 foot high on the top of that wagon, with a 4-horse draft horse team hitched up,
it's work.
and
yeah.
and just getting after it, and that's how they grew up. They were brought up, to work hard.
Oh yeah.
They didn't have the tractors and all
Yep.
that. Like they did everything by hand, maybe with a horse dragging a plow, but that's what they did. So, and you think about it, I never really thought about this part of it until I listened to that podcast with the gentleman that was the flamethrower. Like he said, he goes, none of us had ever been anywhere. When we joined up and went overseas, most of us had never been out of our neighborhood. And back then
Yeah.
travel wasn't easy. Like if you
No.
got, 20 miles away, that was a big deal. A lot of times, not everybody had a car, and, there's a lot of still traveling by horse or on foot.
Model
So
A's.
yeah, I hadn't really thought about that. Like they couldn't just jump on an airplane and go stay with their grandparents back east or something, like they pretty much only knew they only knew their towns and stuff. So imagine, that kind of adds to like the fear of it, like not just the fear of going to battle, but the fear of like never having been anywhere, and now you're like in a different country. That was something
Yeah.
that those men did. That it was amazing. And most of them just came back and went right back to work. Like what's next? There's
Yep.
not much time left. Let's get it done.
Yeah.
Let's build something. And like my grandpa Harvey, he was amazing. I grew up when my parents divorced. I lived with my mom and stepdad Tony, from the age of 5 or 6 or whatever till my junior year in high school. So once I got into high school, I'd go spend the summers at my dad's, as much of the summer as I could, because I was learning to shoe, and I was training horses, learning to break and train horses and all that. And so I would kind of get to go for the whole summer because I was learning something. And the summer after my junior year, I was done. Like in my mind, I was done with school, and I knew what I was up to. I went to my dad's that summer, and I was like, I'm not coming back. I didn't tell my mom that though.
Did you ever go back?
Yeah, once I started getting those calls from her that, hey, we got to go get you registered down at the high school and all that, and I was like, well, Mom, I ain't coming back, and I ain't going to high school. And she was like, the hell you aren't. And
Bullshit.
we hashed it out, and it hurt her pretty bad, and she she had a hard time with it, but I stayed there at my dad's and went and enrolled in the continuation high school where I could do kind of a work experience deal. I could work 4 days a week and then go to school 1 day a week to turn in all my homework. And it was super easy. I made up all the stuff I was behind on and got done in like a matter of 2 months with the whole year. And I was just shoeing, I was shoeing every day. I was riding bulls. I was roping, just living the dream with my dad. It was so awesome. Going shoeing we'd go shoeing every morning. We'd normally leave, and we'd shoot till like noon or so. And then we'd come home and have lunch or we'd come home and saddle up horses, bit them up, tie them up, sack them out, whatever, then go eat lunch while they'd turn circles. And then we'd come out and ride them for a while. And, a couple hours on the horses we were working on, that we were training or whatever. And then we'd, load up our rope horses and go roping that night. It was so awesome. And then the days we didn't go roping, I'd find a way to get to a bull riding arena somewhere and get on some bulls. And I had a sweet gig worked out with a couple of the stock contractors that had bulls locally. Smiley Moreno came in and was keeping bulls at the Winchester Arena down the street. And, I didn't have much money. When I'd work for my dad, I'd get $1 a foot. And that was pulling, knifing, shaping the shoes while he was trimming, and then clenching and holding the horse at the same time, I'd
Hell
get
of a
$1
deal.
a foot for that. But then, when I got to the point where I could get some trims and stuff, that started helping out. But I'd go to that bull riding arena and, pay $15 to get on a bull. That was a lot of work to get $15, And so Smiley found out that I was doing some trimming and some shoeing, and he says, hey, you want to work a deal? I said, sure. And he goes, well, if you trim the bucking horses and shoe the pickup horses, he goes, you can get on any of the bulls you want. And so that became like an account. I'd go trim the bucking horses and
How would you trim the bucking horses?
just the way you trim any other horse, get underneath them and get it done.
No shit.
Might have to put a lip chain on one or two, but you get around them. That was
One
the
way or
thing,
another.
my dad, when my dad seen that I was serious and I was going to shoe horses, I don't know if he ran an ad or what, but suddenly we had an influx of new accounts that had the rankest horses on planet Earth. I think he just put the word out, for it because he wanted to learn me to get by those bad horses without getting killed, So I remember this one place, it was a barn full of national show horses. They're half saddlebred, half Arab, I think. And
Quarter devil.
Satan on hooves. So we walk in this barn, and I'm looking up at these horses at their big old heads, and they're like supposed to be 2 and 3 year olds, and they look like they're 18 hands. I'm going, what the heck, And then come to find out, it's because they've been in those stalls since they were weaned, and nobody's ever been inside to clean the pen. So they're standing on a 2-year-old mountain of manure.
Jesus.
And that was one of them deals. My dad, those horses never had a halter on them. And so my dad would step into those, 12 by 12 stalls. And I mean, it was like watching a cartoon. Just the horses were literally running with their feet on the wall, running circles
Like a
around him. And
circus.
suddenly, he'd catch them in a chokehold and bring their nose around and twist them in half. And boom, a halter and a lip chain would be on them like magic. And he'd be like, all right, come on in. And I'd come in there and trim them with him holding them. And I mean, they would blow up. Stuff would go every which way, but I never got hurt because my dad was such a hand. He could just guide that chaos and make it controlled chaos. They might jump over the top of me, but I'd never get scathed.
Yeah.
It was stuff like that he would get. So, bucking horses were nothing compared to that.
I imagine
Horses that were
so.
2 3 years old never been touched.
God damn.
So,
Especially practice pen bucking horses that are just getting bucked. Like they're happy to stand probably for the most part. Like they're pretty
yeah,
cool with like, I just gotta chill.
I
All
had a
right.
harder time shoeing some of the pickup horses than I had with some of the bucking horses. And I mean, there were like you wouldn't want to start a fight with any of them bucking horses, that was for sure. But if you kept your mouth shut and kind of found their comfortable spot and eased your way around them, it wouldn't be too bad. But if you did something dumb, there was hell to pay.
Yeah, I bet.
Like
Huh.
you definitely could get your head kicked off in there. But
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
just the way he brought me up, it's one of them deals. He knew life was hard and it was gonna never be easy, and so he figured, like let's just teach this kid to get through the hard stuff, safely, and then see what happens from there. Um, but what were we talking about before that?
You're talking about your grandpa.
Oh yeah, it was more my living situation where I was going with all that. So I moved in there with my dad, and I was maybe 15 when I moved in there. And then I remember I got my first truck when I turned 16. I bought his dad's truck, my grandpa Sherman, who was also in World War II. I think he was in the Philippines also. Not sure. It was some kind of a jungle type environment where he was. I know that, but he never talked much about stuff. He was a pretty quiet guy. In fact, he didn't have a whole lot to say to me until I became a horseshoer and I started making shoes. He thought that was pretty cool that I was making shoes, and I'd bring him by, and he was pretty happy to check them out, hang them on the wall of his little shop. He
That's
was
cool.
sharpening like scissors and clipper blades and stuff at the time, and so he was a craftsman. He'd like to make like a picture frame or something like that, and take pride in doing something. And he could fix anything during the Depression and all that. That side of the family lived in Ohio. My dad's side of the family was around Columbus, Sydney, Ohio. Uh, the stories my grandma Koons would tell were pretty amazing, of growing up just so poor, like starving to death, but didn't know you were starving to death. Like they only had to eat what they grew, and they had no water to irrigate. Like she'd say they'd be out there irrigating with coffee cups, like go down to the river and,
Jeez.
fill up a bucket and then take a coffee cup and just individually water each little thing. And it's crazy stuff.
Unreal.
But yeah, so I got my truck, got my first little truck. It was an '84 Mazda B2000, and got a tonneau cover on the back. That's the kind that pops up. It's attached
Yep.
at the head. It pops
Oh yeah.
up, and I built shoe racks in there, and so we ended up putting my dad's stuff in there, and I cruised him around for a while he was having transmission work done on his truck. And I had this girlfriend, it was like my first girlfriend, and she lived over next to my grandpa Harvey. That's how I knew her. I knew her from that, and I knew her from FFA. She went to a different school, but we always seen each other at FFA. And when I was at my grandpa's, I'd see her out there riding her horse and all that. So um, I went to take her out on a date one night in my new truck with my dad's shoeing tools in the back, and I called her house. I stopped at the payphone, to call her house and see if she was ready. No cell phone, no pagers yet. And her parents, I'd never met them, but her dad looked pretty scary. I noticed, he's a pretty mean looking dude. So I called and they're like, no, she ain't ready. It'll probably be a half hour or an hour. And I started thinking my Uncle Dave Harvey, like he's been giving me a hard time every time I see him because or every time I talk to him, he's giving me a hard time because I hadn't brought my new truck by to show him.
Oh, the
He
old
was like,
Mazda.
hey, I want to see that new truck of yours, come by. And I never had. So I thought, well, I don't want to go sit at this girl's house with these people I don't know, and the dad looks all mean, and let's go see my Uncle Dave on the other side of town and show him my truck, quick little decision on the fly kind of thing. And so I head over there. I end up getting in a wreck on the way to his house. I
Oh
got
shit.
by a lady running a red light, and I mean, just folded my truck in half. If I had a passenger, it would have either cut their leg off or killed them. Like my head went through the window. When I'm standing there talking to the lady that hit me afterward, this dude comes walking over and he's carrying my dad's anvil, and he's like, "Is this yours?" And it's an 80-pound coleslaw. an old coleslaw when they were actually forged, with a wrought iron base. He brings it over. He's like, "Is this yours?" And I go, "Yeah. Where'd you find that?" And he goes, "Oh, I was sitting at the little outdoor restaurant right here by Steve's Burger, and it landed right next to me, and the horn went into the concrete." So it flew out of the pickup truck bed, and I mean, just barely missed killing this guy.
Well, he's lucky to be alive too.
He was lucky to be alive, yeah. And man, I had to call my dad and tell him, and he came down there, and I mean, just about whooped the cops because the cops were telling him how it was my fault, and he was like freaking out, and I had to calm him down, and then we get back to his house, and then he's going to come after me. I had to lock myself in the bathroom, and my stepmom saved my life. She's like, I could hear her out there going, "Keith, that's why it's called an accident. He didn't do this on purpose." And my dad he's so mad because I wasn't where I was supposed to be. He was wondering what the heck I was up to. Um, but yeah, so insurance ended up paying me way more than that truck was worth because it was totaled. And my dad's punishment was to make me buy it back from the scrapyard and rebuild it.
No way.
I'm thinking like, man, I just came up, man. I got 3,000 for it. I paid 2,000 for it. I could get a full size now.
Hell yeah.
And I was like, nope, you're buying this and putting every dime. I ended up probably putting another 1,000 or so into it above what I got paid, and months of, had to pay the local fabricator to cut the cab in half. We had to buy a cab, cut the cab in half, weld them together, new bed, new fender, and it was never right after that. It was
Yeah.
never right. New seats, but I had to learn a lesson for not being where I was at or where I was supposed to be at, and
Did you ever get the follow-up date?
yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, it would have been better had I never went back. Like hindsight, I should have never went back.
that wreck was trying to tell you something. Like,
There was so many signs from above on that thing, on that relationship. But yeah, it was a mean set. He pulled a gun on me one time, held me at gunpoint. Like he was a pretty gnarly dude. But yeah,
turns out your thoughts were right about him.
my first impression was dead right about that guy. I called him RoboCop. He'd been a cop and he'd been shot and stabbed several times, and had fake hips and fake parts and a couple triple bypasses. And once we became friends, I would call him RoboCop. It's made of all these plastic parts. Yeah, so after that time period with my dad, when I turned about 17, the guest house that my grandma and grandpa had, or actually I went to house sit for my grandma and grandpa Harvey because they went on vacation up to Oregon and Washington. And so I went and stayed at their place in San Jacinto, and it was awesome. Here I was, had the house to myself, the shop to myself. And it was kind of like I did when I moved into my dad's. I stayed there, and then they came back, and I asked them if I could start renting their guest house. And they were like, sure. So I told my dad, hey, I'm going to move into grandma and grandpa's house. And he was like, oh, that's cool. I was 17. I wasn't 18 yet. So, I mean, I wasn't really moving out on my own, but I was, had my own house, started paying rent. And that was a super cool period of time in my life too, because I was still getting to go live the dream with my dad and rope and shoe and all that. But now I was with my grandpa Howard Harvey, and he was like always doing tractor work. That was his thing, like weed abatement, and he'd go knock down old houses and stuff with his skip loader and burn tumbleweeds. And so he was always doing that kind of stuff, hauling a tractor through town. And when I'd have a slow day, I'd work for him. I'd jump on a tractor and drive it. And I'd done that as a kid too. There was times I didn't have a driver's license and I was rolling a tractor through town. But his work ethic was amazing. He's in his 70s. But he'd be out there. He'd be out there till midnight, 1, 2 in the morning, working on his tractors every single night, welding, grinding, just making parts because, you couldn't find them. Like, it was just amazing to see that. And here I had my first shop, which was it was a fluorescent shop light hung from a pecan tree outside of his shop. And I had my anvil and forge under there. And, I had never seen a shoe made when I started making shoes. I'd never seen the process with my eyes. I'd only ever seen like a clip drawn, kind of part of a clip. Like I mentioned, that dude shut his forge off.
Yeah.
So here I am living with my grandpa and grandma. I'm out there, working till 1 or 2 in the morning, trying to draw clips on old keg shoes and trying to weld bar shoes out of 1/4 by 3/4 and just doing all this stuff. And I mean, literally I filled 3 55-gallon barrels heaping with these 1/4 by 3/4 attempted bar shoes and open heeled shoes, like stuff you could never nail on anything, didn't look like a horseshoe. The weld areas were paper thin when I was done and still not welded. And there was literally, and then I'd draw a clip every square inch of that, shoe attempt would have a nasty, nasty clip sucked out of it. And I'd just be out there next to my grandpa, doing my thing while he was doing his thing. I'd go give him a hand if he needed help moving something or holding something. And it was awesome, because we did that for several years of me out there pounding on stuff. And it got to when I moved out, my grandma was like, I can't sleep at night without hearing that ding, 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 ding. So I got so used to that, me out there messing around. And I started doing I met up with Bob Marshall back around those days.
Brought to you by the World Championship Blacksmiths. We're so excited to have the Trinket family support what we're doing here. It is a huge part of the topics that we have on this podcast, and it's where we've gained a lot of community at. And exactly what they are. They are a community that supports education through competition. So if you were looking for a support system behind you on your journey of becoming a better farrier, go join up and go to an event. You will never regret it. And they've been nice enough to offer us a 10% off on their online store or call-in orders for everything besides competitions and membership. So go head them up, get some merch, and let some people know what you support. Thank you, guys.
I ran into one of my old buddies, the twins, Monty and Jerry Schwanofelt. I'd known them from team pin-ins and rodeos since like first grade. We'd be the kids playing under the bleachers and going back, messing with the steers and all that. And I ended up running in, and we kind of went to school on and off. There's periods of time where me and the Schwanovelts did a year or two of elementary school together, and we did a year of middle school together, and then like a year of high school together. And just those guys that you knew were your friends for life, from the minute you met them. And they were the cool kids. They were popular. Their uncle was the most famous quarter horse racehorse trainer of all time, Blaine Schwanofelt. He's a winner. Maybe some of his records have been beat now because he's been dead for probably almost 10 years. But at the time when he was still at it, he was by far the winningest trainer of all time. And so those boys ended up getting into shoeing because their uncle had this big old ranch, and their dad was a manager. And it was funny how we'd come in and out of each other's lives, but we were always like at the same place. Like, when I started riding bulls, this dude that was teaching me, Ryan, he would tell me about the twins from the high desert. He's like, oh, dude, you got to meet the twins. These dudes are sticky. They could ride anything. They just started, and come to find out when I met the twins, it was my old buddies from, I've known since first grade, the Schwanies.
Small world.
So like all of a sudden we're riding bulls. Like we hadn't been together, but we're doing the same thing. Then, we kind of lose track of each other once I quit riding and all that. And then I got into roping a bunch. And next thing I know, I run into Monty one day, and he's telling me how he's shoeing for his uncle now and wanting to get his track license, but he's got to learn to forge. And I was already forging, so I was like, dude, I've been forging. Come over to my grandpa's place, and I'll show you what I know. And so he came over, man. We started forging all the time, and come to find out he's like getting into roping and, kind of in the same place again, like we're shoeing, we're roping, we're forging. And so Monty would, when I was, in the shop under the pecan tree, Monty was there a bunch. And man, it was an awesome, awesome time. And I got to tell you guys, I got to tell you guys about my first contest.
Yeah,
Or
I want to
actually,
hear it.
I should back up. I told you the story about my dad telling me to get a forge, and
Yep.
I'd never
Yep.
seen a shoe made. I had no clue about any of that. So I got the forge. I started the way I was learning to make the shoes was looking at Doug Butler's book, the principles of horseshoeing. I'd look at the pictures in there and then go try and put myself in that position to make that move, and it was a struggle. I remember the very first shoe I tried to make when I got that forge. I went to Lee Green's shoeing shop. I was looking at the bar stock selection and I saw a half round, and I'm like, man, that looks legit. I'm gonna make a shoe out of that. And so I buy 5/8 half round, which is spaghetti. Lee
Yep.
Green hooks me up with a Valley Valley Forge 4 punch, a Valley Forge Pritchell. He's like, these are the best. This is the best money could buy. I'm like, all right. I get some diamond tongs. Or no, I'm sorry, I didn't get diamond tongs at first. I got Breckenridge, which was Roy Bloom. Roy Bloom bought Breckenridge, I think.
Yep.
So I get those. I go home, man. I'm like, well, how much do you cut for a horseshoe? 18 inches sounds about right. 18
Out of 5/8.
5'8".
throw it into my little Valley hot box single burner. I get a heat about 4 inches long in the middle of that thing, and I didn't even know to like hold the steel up and hit into the middle to start the toe bend. I just put it over the horn and tried to hit the other branch down around the horn, and it quickly turned
Yeah.
into like a W,
Oh, I bet.
a mangled up W looking thing, and I'm just like, what in the world is this? Why is this happening? And so hours later, I finally get this thing beat around into a giant spaghetti-like circle or horseshoe shape. And so then it's all right. Now it's time to punch these holes, So I get that thing orange hot, throw it on the anvil, grab my brand new Valley City Head 4 punch, just sink that thing into the anvil, and it gets riveted in there. And I'm beating on that, trying to get it out, and it's just stuck like chuck. And by the time I get it out, it's glowing and it's mushroomed, and I'm looking at it like, man, that Lee Green, he don't know what he's talking about when it comes to tools. This thing sucks. And
Just
so
use air.
I heat it up and hammer it back flat, and quench it in the water bucket and get another heat on that shoe. Do the exact same thing, man. I punch me 6 holes at an orange heat, get that punch stuck every time. The holes, you like Bill Poor would say, you can throw a cat through that hole, you know. You know, and so then I get it orange, and now I'm going to Pritchell it, and this Pritchell looks like, I mean, it's finer than most back punches, from the factory. It's a needle. So I get this thing orange hot, go to drive this Pritchell through there, get it stuck, it folds, it wrinkles, it's riveted, every hole. I mean, I'm like 2 hours punching 6 holes. And at the end of it, all I can think is, man, Lee Green, I can't believe he sold me such junk.
Farrier Box. First of all, we owe Farrier Box a huge thank you for being one of the first ones to jump on and support what we're doing here with the podcast. If you haven't heard about Farrier Box, it's a bi-monthly box that comes to your door, and it's filled with goods. Kind of like the Chewy box to your dogs, but this one's not filled with crap. She gets advice from the top guys of the industry and puts together a box.
Instead of, man, you just suck and you need to learn. But I had imagine that. Imagine making a horseshoe having never seen it done, but knowing what it should look like, because of magazines and, I'm cold shoeing, so I know what a shoe should look like. But yeah, what a struggle that
Process.
was. And it was a good, I'd say 6, maybe a year before I ever got help. 6 months to a year.
Just
Just
2 hours
looking
at
at
a
the
time.
book. No YouTube, no local clinics, nothing like that. And
But by the time that you got some help, you probably had a good idea how to fuck some shit up. So you were like, you knew how, like, you had an idea what you needed help
when I
on,
met Bob
probably.
Marshall, it took a year of undoing bad habits. When I met Bob Marshall, it was like a good solid year of like unlearn everything you know.
Yeah.
From how you swing your hammer to how you hold your tongs to how you get rid of that anvil, like everything needed to be redone when I met Bob Marshall. But I was riding with Dr. Etchart, the vet, one day. I'd had a slow day or it rained or something, and didn't have a dry place to work. So I jumped in the truck with Dr. Etchart and we were riding around and just in conversation, I told him, I was like, man, Doc, I got a forge and I've been trying to learn how to make horseshoes. I go, this is the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. I go, it's like next to impossible having not seen how to do it. And he looked at me and he goes, you never seen a horseshoe made? And I was like, no. And he goes, well, man, I got this friend, Noel Portelli. He lives up in Sage. He goes, Noel used to work with me in the motorcycle shop. He was a pro motorcycle guy. He's a certified farrier and he goes to competitions. I'm like, competitions of
What?
what? He goes, horseshoeing competitions. I'm like, what? There's horseshoeing competitions? And he goes, yeah, Noel's big time into this stuff. He goes, I'll give you his number. So he gives me his number, and it mustered up my courage. And I called Noel, and he's a super nice guy. And he goes, hey, come by my house. And it was like, tomorrow, come by my house tomorrow. So I get directions. I go out there, and he shows me all his stuff. He shows me his shoe display from his CF test, and I'm looking at that just amazed. Like it's all keg shoe mods, and I'm just amazed at the work he's done. Just like so clean and precise, and I'm like, wow, I want to be able to do that. The shoes aren't all burnt up looking; they're black and shiny, and so Noel shows me like we just drew clips that first day, and I think he turned a handmade, plain stamp handmade, and I was just like, wow, that makes so much more sense now that I seen it done, and then I remember we get done at the end, and he pulls out a couple of beers and he hands me one and cracks his open, and I'm just kind of sitting there, and he's like, what's wrong? You not drink or anything, or what's the deal? And I go, well, I'm only 17. He's like, "What, you're 17?"
Oh shit.
And I had a full beard, and a mustache and everything, because I was tired of people's places, and their first question is, "How old are you?" And I'm 16 or I'm 17, and then you never hear from them again.
Yeah.
It would get real awkward when I tell them, how old I was. I was fortunate to have a good hair growth on my face, so I could grow a pretty heavy. So I grew that thing out, and then people quit asking me. It worked out pretty nice. Uh, but yeah, that was my start was meeting Noel. And so he started letting me go to work with them every now and then, and I'd come over on the weekends, and we became good buddies. And he helped me get ready for my first certification test, and told me about the contest that was coming up down in San Diego called the Fall. I don't even know if it was called Fall Forging at the time, but it was through San Diego County Farriers Association. And so Noel, he helped me get practiced up, and we went down there together. And I did have some arrogance about me. I'm not gonna lie. I knew I was behind in the forging part of it, but I thought I was pretty darn good at shoeing feet and trimming feet. And I was, I knew I'd struggle in the forging, but I was gonna show them what time it was on the shoeing. And and so we go down this contest and set up and start working. And the second class was like a bar shoe class, is turning like a Delta long heel into a bar shoe. And I run out of propane like right in the middle, like right when it's time to start. I just run out of propane.
The worst
And the
time.
guy next to me was a guy named Rick Rabin, and Rick's like, "Are you out of propane?" It's over there sputtering, and I'm cussing, and I says, "Yeah, I'm out of propane." And he goes, "Well, jump in my fire here," And so I jumped in his, and the rest of that day just competed out of his forge with him. What a great guy to put up with me and let me do that. It was fun, and then I get in the shoe, and it's heinous. I did my best, but it was heinous work, and I now could see that because I was looking at at the guys I was competing against, and almost every one of them was so much better, looked so much cleaner, more intentional, better nailing, better clinching, all that stuff, and then I saw the open guys, and man, when I
Blown
seen that,
away.
like those 3/4 fuller shoes with toe clips burned in all nice, and nail lines that were way higher than anything I'd ever seen, and I was just like, man, I saw the writing on the wall. Like I have a long ways to go, and I am not that good of a horseshoer. And but the competitiveness, the competitor in me was like, this is a challenge, so you need to focus, and you need to work hard, and so that was like the first contest, and I met Denny Bryant at that contest. He was our judge and clinician for Division One, and I learned a ton watching him do a demo, and I was so impressed. Here's this little old man, real slight built, but he's swinging like a 3.5 pound sledgehammer, or 4 pound sledgehammer to fuller a shoe, and he's fullering a shoe in one pass, just boom, 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 and you could tell he had real bad shoulders because he'd have to get that hammer real close, and then he'd hoist it up, and once it got up and he started dropping it, it was like a trip hammer, just boom, 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 boom. And he's like, why do
Bang.
you want to waste time with them little 2 pound hammers? He's like, get you a hammer, you can knock that in there in one pass. And then I met Jason Harmison at that contest too, and that was in 1995.
Is that kind of like the start on why you like? Because I remember you always having like a heavier hammer, almost like a 3 pounder or something like that.
Yeah, that stuck with me. See, because I'd watch myself try to fuller, and it'd be like 10 passes, and I wouldn't be near as deep and clean as what Denny was. So
Mm-hmm.
that kind of got in my head. But I met Jason Harmison at that contest. I met a lot of other guys, but me and Jason Harmison, like, it was one of them deals when we met, like we just both kind of feel like we knew each other our whole lives, and like, oh, there's my long lost brother I never met.
Yeah.
We went on to become like best of friends over the years, and traveling partners, and fed off of each other and pushed each other. And yeah, he's an amazing man and a great friend. And another thing that was interesting that happened at that first contest was uh, Denny Bryan's family had a shoeing supply down there in Santee, California, next to Lakeside, and they'd bring in and set up some supplies for sale, tools for sale and whatnot. And I bought a pair of J Sharp tongs for about $65, brand new. That was a lot. 65 bucks for me at the time. Like I wrote a hot check to get into that contest. And luckily it was on the weekend, and I could go shoe a bunch of horses, or, go shoe horses Monday and get a check and put it in the bank before they got to cash my check. But I bought them tongs and stuff for 65 bucks. And I mean, here's a table with, probably 100 pair of brand new J Sharp tongs and tools and hammers and all that. And the only thing I bought was a pair of tongs, 5/16 uh, J Sharp tongs. But,
That was for
like
the
a
thick
hammer
stuff
wasn't even
then.
100, maybe 100 bucks.
Yeah.
If I'd have known then what I know now, I could have just loaded up on that stuff, and I could retire now.
Yeah, put it away
Yeah,
for a
it's so
rainy day.
crazy. And so that was a good eye opener for that first contest. And then the next contest was NCC, the Northern California Classic, 1995. And Craig Turnka was the judge for the Open, and Myron McLean was the judge for Division One. And we had the Loose Shoe magazine. Craig was doing that at that
Yeah.
time, and that thing was amazing. The articles in there were like, somebody mentioned it on some of your podcasts before. You'd basically wait for that Loose Shoe magazine or that Anvil magazine to show up, so that you could learn something. You could learn how
Yeah.
to make a roadster, you could learn a French hind, and you could see what other people were doing. And I mean, that's exactly how it was, man. That Anvil magazine, that Loose Shoe magazine, that that was the guide of how to do things. But it also, like, I'd been reading those things for years, so I knew who Craig was. I knew who Jim Poor was. I knew Jim Quick was. Never seen him, but I'd seen him in magazines and seen him as the team. And so I go up to NCC with Noel, and I took a shoe display, and took my test up there, failed it miserably. I remember when we went up there, we stopped at Jason Smith's house. Noel had met him, and they'd kind of become friends or good acquaintances. And so Noel had phoned him and asked if we could stop in and hang out, for a little bit before we made the rest of the journey up to Placerville. And, I didn't even realize like what a amazing opportunity that was. Like my second contest and I'm over at Jason Smith's house, you know,
Little did you
didn't
know.
even, like, I knew it was a big deal, but I didn't know what a big deal it was. Um, and I was so excited to get to that contest and see Craig and all those guys I'd seen in the magazines. I remember we pull up into the parking lot at the hotel, and I mean, there's a crowd. Like you can't hardly find a parking spot. It's just this whole hotel is just full of shoeing rigs. We're running a little bit late, so we go walking into the competitors meeting in this banquet room, and I mean, it is standing room only. There's like 150 to 200 people in there. And I walk in, and that's overwhelming. Everybody's dressed to the nines. And above all the heads, I see Craig's mullet and his lines,
Yeah.
because he's a good head taller than everybody
Oh
there.
yeah.
And I can just see him in the back of the room, and everybody's just like mugging in around him, just crushing him like a sardine. And I don't know what's going on, but I'm like, I got to get to where that guy's at. And
That's
I
the
was a huge
party.
Vanilla Ice fan, so you know, getting to meet Craig was almost like getting to meet Vanilla Ice.
Yeah.
Pretty incredible. So I budged my way through. Weasel my way through the room, the crowded room, and I get over there, and they're standing in front of the table with all Craig's specimens, and everybody's just, you know how it is. Everybody's just fighting to get in there and get their hands on these things. And I'd only seen black and white pictures of shoes like that. I'd never seen them in person. And I mean, at San Diego contest, we had a good judge, but it wasn't. I can't remember who judged the Open that first year, but it wasn't like an AFT guy. It was just like an open division. I think it might even been a local guy. Um, I'll think of it later. But anyhow, uh, I get back there and I see these shoes Craig made. There's like wedged half by one. Okay, let me start. Half by one, fully fuller, deep seated, wedged bar shoes. Uh, there's roadsters. There's draft shoes with heel cocks. Everything is mirror finished and glossy black. And I'm looking at that, and it was a crushing moment because like I say, I had filled easily 3 55-gallon barrels heaping full of like burnt to a crisp, unwelded, unnailable junk. And
Yeah.
I felt like, I'm up till 2 in the morning on an early night, 3, 4 sometimes doing this. And I'm thinking like, I've worked really hard. I know what hard work is. And my shoes look like burnt dog
Ass.
poop.
Yeah, like they aren't these. They don't look
Nowhere
like
near
these.
this, and I just felt like, gosh, dang, man, I'll never be that good. I'll never be that good is how I felt, and I went through the contest, and again, I wrote a hot check to get into that one. Uh, Went through the contest, and I felt like I sucked, you know what? It wasn't Myron McLean that was the judge at that first one. It was, Bill Poor mentioned his name in his podcast. He was from Florida. He told the story about him hiring Jim to go over there and critique his work because he was trying to make the team. And Jim went through his shoe pile, and it was like
Yeah.
the first shoe looked exactly like the last shoe. Remember that story Bill told?
Yep.
James Morgan. James Morgan was his name.
Yeah.
Dude from
That's
Florida.
nice.
I remember that now because I remember him saying for the shoe, and like when we ask questions like how, people are like, how you want them trimmed? He's like, if it's loose, take it off. If it ain't loose, don't take it off. Which to me was a profound statement, because I was like gutting feet. Like, I mean, they were salad bowls when I was done. Like, you could eat your cereal out of them things. Uh, so I was just like, only take off the loose stuff? What the heck?
Yeah. What does that
Uh,
mean?
and, and so I go through the contest, and NCC was such a big deal back in those days. It was like the next biggest thing to convention. There would be 3 covered arenas filled with each division. You'd have 40,
Jeez.
30, 40 Division 1, you'd have 20, 30 Division 2, and you'd have, 30, 40 Division 3. Everybody who was anybody was there. I remember being in that meeting room, seeing Stan Huggins, Bob Medeiros, Jason Smith, Craig Turnka, Jim Poor, Jim Quick, Shane Carter, uh, Kerry Zest, Dallas Morgan was there, like just everybody who I went on to learn and learn from and respect and all that. They were all there at the second contest I went to. All the heroes of the trade. So I went through the contest. I did better than I thought I did. I actually got my name called like once or twice and got a little check, for like fourth place or something. And they had the contest over a couple days, and then they had like a day or two of clinics, kind of like convention. And I remember there's sheets to sign up for hands-on clinics with the judges. And so I looked at Craig's, and it was like, sign up for a hands-on clinic with Craig and write down what you want to work on. And so I wrote my name in there, and I wrote that I wanted to work on bar shoes and welding. And so the way they set it up was we used, and this was intimidating for me, we used that upper arena where the Division III competitors worked, and we used their equipment. So they had all the open guys, nice equipment, all set up in a big circle. And
Little did they know you were coming into town.
yeah. So I go and I find an anvil, and I'm like, I don't want to hurt this guy's anvil. I don't want to mess up. And I get set up, and Craig's standing in the middle. He's like, just kind of get going on what you guys want to work on, and I'll just spend a few minutes at each anvil. I'll work my way around to you, but just, keep busy in the meanwhile. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to get going on a bar shoe. And the way it worked out was Craig started at the anvil next to mine and then worked away from me. So I had the whole entire clinic time by myself. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to get a bar shoe welded. And so I start, and the first weld slips. I put it back together, it slips. Next thing you know, it's paper thin. I throw it under the truck. Grab another, and now he's like halfway around the circle. Grab me another piece of
Gotta
steel,
hurry.
whoop it around real quick. I can't hockey stick or anything. Bring the welds, or bring my overlap together, start welding, it starts slipping. Bring it back together, it starts slipping until it's paper thin. Throw it under the truck. Now he's like a couple anvils away. And I've got it in my mind. I've got to have something welded by the time Craig gets here. And so now I'm like frantic on my third piece, and I whoop it around, and I can hear him talking now. He's so close. I'm like so stressed out. I'm working at a feverish pace. And finally, I slip that weld for like the third time, and I throw it under the truck, and I look, and Craig's at the anvil next to mine, and he's wrapping it up. He's wrapping it up. I can tell he's fixing to walk over to my anvil, or the station I'm using. I shut off the forge. I threw my stuff in the toolbox, locked it, and I took off running.
So you didn't even take his.
I was out of there, man. And
Just like,
tail tucked between my legs. I was out of there, man.
shit.
Like, there's no helping me. There's
I
no
was
helping me. I
could not
gotta
let the
go.
baddest daddy on the planet Earth
See
see
this.
me not weld a bar shoe. So, I mean, I instantly regretted it. I felt like the biggest coward on planet Earth. And it was what was it? That was 95. It was 12, 12 or 13 years after that I learned how to really make a bar shoe. I mean, I learned to weld, and that's a funny story. I learned to weld shortly after that, but I like actually true hockey sticking technique and all that. Craig could have taught me that on the spot. And guess what? 13 years later, when I really learned how to hockey stick, guess who taught me?
Craig.
Craig Turnka.
It's great.
And I told Craig this story,
That
and
is
it's just like
great.
the Jim Quick thing. Craig's like, that never happened. I was like, I'm not proud of it, but that did happen exactly how I just,
Part of the
that's
truth.
right there, man. I tucked tail and ran like a coward. Uh,
Yeah, but probably like the 13 years later when he taught you, you were probably a little bit more ready to receive it at that time.
well, I certainly was, but it's one of them things where it's like, man, had I stuck around, maybe I'd have made the team instead of making the team in 13 years. Maybe I'd have made it an 8,
Uh-huh.
I wouldn't
Yeah,
have had to go on
I know.
hiatus and start partying, for 3 straight years every day. Maybe it's easy to look back and think of them maybes and what ifs, but I
Yeah,
do find it
hindsight.
incredibly ironic that the guy that finally sorted me out on hockey sticking was the guy I ran away from when I could have got it down to something else. And so here's another amazing thing that happened at that competition. So the open division was having their live shoe and go, and my division was done, and so we could go up and watch them. Excuse me. So I went up and I just randomly kind of walked up behind a Coke fire and Jim Poor. It was Jim Poor's station, and he was working on his foot and back and forth. And so I was like, man, he's the man. I'm gonna watch him. So I camped out right there and I'm watching him have his go. And pretty soon it's getting toward the end of the class, and he's got the specimen was a 3/4 fuller deep seated bar shoe, 3/8 3/4, a little front pattern, and he had a cracker sitting right there on top of the fire, all finished up. It was a hammer finish shoe. I mean, brushed up. This thing looked better than all this sandbox crap you see nowadays. This thing was beautiful, and it was off the hammer. And he's over there, fine tuning his clenching, and he's having a good go. It's going like I'm thinking in my mind, he's got this deal in the bag. His foot just stands out so much. That shoe stands out so much, and he's just going through the motions now. He's got he's probably got 10 minutes left, and he's done. And suddenly I start seeing sparks in
Uh-oh.
between. Like I'm watching him, and I'm seeing sparks, and I'm like, I look down at the fire, and that shoe had settled in, and its sparks are flying out.
Fuck.
And I don't know anything about a Coke fire, but I'm thinking, I don't think this is right,
No.
especially since I don't see the shoe anymore. And I don't want to disturb the guy because he's over there sanding blocking on this foot, and finally, like I'm just like, I gotta say something. So I just yelled, Jim, and he looks up at me, and he sees the sparks. Man, he drops that foot and comes running over, and he just pulls out the bar.
Gone.
And I'm just like, oh man, I feel
Shit.
so bad for not saying something sooner. But what I know now, by the time I saw sparks, it was too late.
Yeah.
And who am I to tell Jim Poor anything, right? So Jim Jim grabs another piece of steel and throws it in there and cranks that fire up, man. And next thing you know, he's getting that first heat, and I think there's like 9 minutes, 8 minutes left or something. Jim Quick's done. Jim Quick comes over and he's wiping sweat off his face. He sees what's going on and he just pops a squat, next to the quench bucket, and watches the clinic ensue. And Jim gets this. I mean, he gets that thing orange hot from heel to heel, whoops it around, hockey sticks it beautifully, scarfs it, overlaps it, sticks it right back in the fire with no flux, brings it out, does a one heat weld at a white heat, fullers it, punches it, and deep seats it in one heat, and is done. And the whistle blows. And
Magic.
it's like a nice looking shoe. And the whole time, Jim Quick is just sitting there, like telling him, like, slow down, man, breathe, like, calm down, you got this. And I'd never seen that in rodeo or anything where a competitor's like, giving good advice and like helping his friend, his fellow competitor get through something. And so Jim Poor sticking that shoe in the quench bucket, and he looks up at me and he goes, I hope Craig tests that weld. I didn't know what the hell that meant, but now I do.
Yeah.
Like, I hope he hits that thing with a hammer because it's freaking welded.
Yeah.
And he comes second.
Oh shit.
He
That is
finished second.
Phenomenal
wild.
Shane
feat.
Carter won it.
Oh yeah.
Yep. And I remember sitting in the banquet, and I didn't really know much about Shane because Shane had taken a few years off, I think, for kids and stuff. Um, and so Shane was that. It turned out that was like his first contest back after a little break, a couple year break. And so when Shane won the overall high point, man, he stood up and hooped and hollered, and he yelled, "I'm back, baby!"
I'm back.
Badass. I'd never even heard of him, and he just beat Jim Poor and Jim Quick and all.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Know the
it was
name now.
an awesome experience.
That'd have been something to see because Poor's fast moving under normal
Yep.
speed, but like, not even trying to hustle. So it's like I bet he was
Yeah.
flying
Oh
through
yeah. And
that
we
thing.
didn't have the match plays and all that back in them days. So, here I'm a guy that barely just started seeing shoes get made by other people. I've been to 2 contests now, and that's like my education. And to get to see that firsthand was, is so amazing. And then to later on become friends with all those guys. And what a ride that was, is something else.
Yeah, you're looking at it, you're like, man, I spent 6 hours punching nails.
Yeah.
Like this is different.
Yeah. And tucked my tail and ran away from a free education from Craig Turk
Yeah.
struggling with,
Yeah.
like, gosh dang, man, of all the stupid things a guy could do, like tuck and tail and running, that's it right there. Uh,
That's
and like
freaking
I say,
great.
I felt really defeated because I saw how nice everybody's work was and how crappy mine was. It was shortly after that, like within a month or so, I'd gone into the shoeing shop, Lee Green shoeing shop in Ukaipa, and I was gonna buy like my 20th can of flux, and I'm in there getting my sure weld, and Lee Green comes up and he's like, you must have a lot of horses in bar shoes, Travis. I go, no, I don't have any in bar shoes. Why do you say that? He goes, well, I've never had to buy so much flux before to keep the stocks or the shelf stocked since you started buying it. He's like, you bought more than I've bought in my life. And I said, well, to be honest with you, Mr. Green, I said, I've never got a bar shoe to stick yet. And he goes, what?
Oh shit. I'm just trying to learn.
He goes, come into my office. I, I go into his
Oh,
office and he just tells me how to weld a bar shoe. I he doesn't even show me that. He just tells me. And I go home and I weld my first bar shoe.
Easy as that.
I got like a half a ton of unwelded bar shoes sitting here that ran away from Craig Turnka and all that. And all I needed to do was just ask,
Ask for a
you
little
know,
guidance.
oh yeah, just say something. Like
stupid, hard headed, you know,
that was in the hard time, man. Like using Sure-Weld. Sure-Weld's not very easy
no,
to weld.
especially in a single burner
It's
forge, with no door.
yeah, with no door.
Barely gets
Like,
hot enough.
it's like those hot boxes were no door, nothing but oxygen blowing in
Well, I ain't
there.
gonna lie. There,
Like,
before I got that forge, there was nights out at the bonfire with my dad where I had a St. Croix, size 4 plane with the heels in the wood fire, trying to heat them up, and never even could get a glow in them, But I was trying to hit some hot steel, as a kid. There,
yeah, the hot
yeah, the
box were a
hot box was
blessing.
like an inferno once I got that thing. Uh, so within a few months, I at least learned to weld, and then one of the articles of the loose shoe um, volumes of the loose shoe came out, and Craig had a picture of him standing by Edward Martin's shoe stacks over in Scotland. And that was a moment where I looked at those shoe stacks, and they're almost all draft shoes with heel cocks and nails. They all been nailed on too. And they're massive.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're, maybe 10 by 10 squares of draft shoes that have been made.
Piles.
And it hit me right then and there. I was like, I can do this. I see how Craig got so good because what I thought was hard work, 355-gallon barrels, is not hard work. The piles he's standing in front of now, that's hard work. And I know I can do hard things. I know I can do hard work. I just have to do a whole hell of a lot more of it, and I have to ask for some help. I
Yep.
have to be humble, and I have to actually try to get help because there was help out there then. It just wasn't like around every corner. You had to seek it out. And my good friend Noel Portelli, that had taken me under his wing, shortly thereafter, maybe like in the next year or so, Noel said, hey, I feel like I've kind of showed you everything I can. And that was probably more, maybe he was having a hard time with my thick skull or something, but he goes, there's a guy up in Anza, just up the hill from him, named Dirk Ballard. And he goes, Dirk Ballard's like a Division II competitor, and he puts a lot of handmaids on horses, and he's got a lot more experience than me. And, I think it'd be really good for you to meet Dirk and start working with him. And, so I called Dirk, and Dirk says, yeah, you can come up sometimes. I went up and we talked a little bit. Dirk says, well, you got any time to come to work with me? And I says, yeah, I'll make time. And I was pretty full at the time, but I'm not going to pass up an opportunity to see something, so I working like
Yeah.
Sundays now, so I could go to work with Dirk a day a week. And little did I know Dirk would go shoot at least 25 a day. And that's only full shoeings we're counting, we're not talking about the trims and half sets here and there. And, he wasn't a certified journeyman yet, but he was a CF, and he was definitely by far the handiest guy in our neck of the woods. So Dirk, took me to work. He had a guy named Dave Stone working for him, and Dave was a little closer to my age. And I remember the first day, I'm thinking, well, I can clinch pretty good now. I've been to a few contests and all that, and they just turned me loose on a horse, and I clinched it, and I was pretty proud. And Dave Stone comes over, and he's like, "That's pretty good looking work there. It's pretty professional, but let me show you just a couple little things to kind of get it more to where Dirk wants it, and." So he kind of went through things and showed me how they did it, and it was way cleaner and way more efficient, and so I'll never forget that, how gently he put it to me. Like, he didn't just come up and stick a pin in my balloon and tell me how bad I suck, but he's another guy become a good friend and helped me a bunch through the years. Old Dave Stone, Danny Cadwell. Danny's not with us anymore, but that was kind of our group, Noel, me, Dave Stone, Danny Cadwell, Dirk Ballard, and then we had the guys down south like Jason Harmison and all that. But those were the guys that gave me my start. And Dirk was the first guy I ever struck for. Dirk had me over there one time to his place, and he was going to make some draft shoes. And he says, "You ever strike?" And I said, "No." And he goes, "Well, pick up that hammer there, And he had me hit some stuff, and that felt pretty fun, but I was pretty nervous. And then I'll never forget, we started fullering a branch, and he's like, "All right, come on, a little bit faster," So I go a little bit faster, and I'm having a lot of glancing blows, and I'm starting to really tighten up, and I'm getting more and more nervous. And pretty soon, it's like the third pass, and we barely scratched that shoe. And Dirk's like, come on, hit it, And finally, he's like, "You put your purse down and hit it." Mad at that, I don't carry no purse. So I rear back, and I bring the thunder, and I missed the striking head
Oh
completely and
boy.
just hit the handle in between the fuller and his hand, and just snapped it, just sheared it right off. And
Oh shit.
I mean, just about broke Dirk's hand. He's like, ah, he rears back and drops the fuller and cusses. I mean, I've only heard him cuss once or twice in my life, and that was one of them. And I had, after that, I developed a block, a mental block about striking. I was so scared to strike. I avoided it at all costs. I avoided two mans, three mans, everything that involved sledgehammer after that deal, because I did not want to hurt somebody again, and I just, I'll save that for later, and
Yeah.
ooh, that was something. And I won't, it was, the fuller was one of the old school Jim Poor fullers that had the double notches, you know, like where you'd put
Mm-hmm.
in the little half round. It had two of them. It was a cool looking. He used to make
Yep.
Dirk's pride and joy, and I just obliterated.
It snapped it right
Uh,
off. It is like one of the most nerve-wracking things as a new guy to get asked by a better guy to strike for him, like especially in front of a bunch of
Oh
people.
boy.
You're like,
yeah,
okay, here we go. I'm gonna
yeah.
fuck some shit up.
And as the years went by, I mean, I almost, like, I was at the point where I was ready to I was like on the bubble of getting on the American Farriers team, and I wasn't doing a whole lot of striking because I was still really nervous and insecure about it, and always had that broken fuller shaft in the back of my mind. And a turning point on the striking was when Craig started doing the Roadrunner Classics, the precursors leading up to the WCB. And that first Roadrunner Classic, that first one, I believe, was was judged by Shane. Yeah, I think the first one was judged by Shane, if I remember correctly. And
I'm not. I think Bill
yep,
won it, right? And I'm not sure who the judge was. I just remember
yeah,
Bill
I
won
know
it.
Jim Keith judged one and Shane judged one, I think.
I think you're right on Shane being the judge for
Yeah,
that
I'm pretty
first
sure
one.
he was, and then Jim Keith might have judged the second one. Uh, but the first night we all gathered in Craig's shop, before the contest, um, they realized they didn't have any fire rakes. They didn't have pokers, they didn't have fire rakes, and so Shane was standing by the forge. He's like, "Well, we need to make a bunch of fire rakes and pokers. Who wants to strike?" And my hand just about ripped the computer out of the wall. I
You're
mean,
that
I
excited.
shot my
You're
hands
that
up. I
excited
almost
then.
peed my pants at the same time with nervousness, but I was like, I have to do this right now because I got to get over this. I got to
This
strike
fear.
for people all weekend.
Yeah.
People got to strike for me. Like, I got to get some practice in. And what better place than, doing it for Shane Carter in front of all these guys. And I knew he would school me, and he did. And it helped. And it helped kind of ease the tension of that whole thing. And, man, a funny story from that was, uh, I knew the guys on the team. I'd met them at clinics and stuff, and I was their biggest fan. All the guys that were on the team that year, and they'd befriended me and started to kind of take me under their wing. Especially John McNerney and Todd Walker. Those two really, really kind of singled me out and were like, "Hey, here's what you need to do." Um, so we're at that deal, and I got it in my head. I was like, I need a good striker, especially for the para roadsters class.
Oh
And
yeah.
I looked over and I seen Jim Poor, and I was like, man, what better striker than Jim Poor? So I went over and said, "Hey, Mr. Poor, would you be interested in striking? Can I talk you into striking for me?" He says, "You bet. What go around, And I tell him, he's like, "Yeah, I'm open. I'll strike for you, Travis." I said, "All right, thank you." And then pretty soon it's time, and we're over there getting my fire ready, and Jim goes, "So what do you want me to do?" And I says, "Well, whatever you think, Jim." And he goes, "Okay." And so the whistle blows. I mark my steel. I throw the steel up there on the hearth, and he's just standing there looking at the fire. And the clock's ticking, and here sits these two pieces of steel. Looks back
No
at me and
game
goes, "What do you
plan.
want me to do?" And I go, "Well, I guess if you want to get a toe bump in heat, that would be good." And he goes, "Okay, yes, sir." And he sticks it in there. And I'm like, "Okay, I'm glad that's out of the way. I can't tell Jim or nothing, especially about striking." And so he gets my heat, and he's like, "Here you go, it's hot." And so I grab it, I quench it out, I bump the toes, throw it back up there. I'm working on the second piece, and pretty soon I glance over, and there sits
It's
that
not hot.
roaster, or that piece of bar stock sitting on the hearth. Jim's just got a big old smile on his face. He's like, "What do you want me to do?" I said, "How about a toe bending heat?" He goes, "Yes, sir." And he sticks it in there. And I throw the second one to him, and he looks at me and smiles. I'm like, "Can I get a toe bend heat on that one too?" And he goes, "Yes, sir." And he made me tell him every step. I mean, even when it first came time for him to start hitting, he just stand there looking at me, and I was like, "Can you pick up the sledgehammer and flatten this out?" "Yes, sir." Pop, 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 pop. Perfect. He made me talk him through that whole go, and I needed it bad. I needed that bad, and he knew that was something I needed because I was still quite introverted and shy, and then we turn the shoes in. We shake hands. I thank him, and he's like, "You did pretty good. Those are pretty nice shoes." And I said, "Well, thank you, man. You did all the hard work." And next thing you know, they get dumped out on the table, and we weren't the first go around. We were kind of in the middle of the go arounds, I think, toward the end. They went right into first place, like boom.
Hot damn.
I'm like, "Oh dang," and they sat there for a while. They paired up perfect, perfect nail fit. They were pretty sweet. I'd been working with Craig a little, and Austin and stuff. I'd been getting a lot of good help, and they're sitting solid first place for like a go around, and then Shane flipped them over. And then they start moving down. The next thing you know, they're second, then they're third, then they're fourth, then they're fifth, then they're sixth. By the end of the day, they're last place. And I am so I'm mad. I'm butthurt. I'm like, there is so much junk in front of them. Like what?
Like wondering what
You
the
know,
fuck.
stuff don't pair. Stuff ain't flat. Like nasty heel cocks. Like but I knew better. I wasn't gonna go up barking at no judge. So I waited till it was all done, and I went over and said, and I didn't know Shane well at all. I knew everybody probably better than I knew Shane at that point. I said, Mr. Carter, I said, would you talk to me about my shoes? I'm kind of wondering why they went from sitting first place for quite a while down to last place. And he goes, oh, those are yours. He goes, I've been hoping you'd come up and ask a question. Let me tell you something. He brings me down there and he points to the bearing surface on top of the wedge. He goes, you see that pucker? He goes, that pucker right there, and it's on both of your wedges. He goes, that's going to chew that horse's heels up over the next 6 weeks. He goes, you made some beautiful shoes, best looking shoes on the table, best pair on the table, the forge and everything. He goes, those are first place shoes, but he goes, this right here, that's a last place mistake. He goes, this
Damn.
bearing surface means more than all that junk on the other side, and you need to learn that right here and now. And I did.
Gonna learn today.
I learned.
It's probably something that still comes into your head when you're making shoes and stuff, that you're
Oh,
like,
the bearing
that lesson is
surface,
just
when I
ringing.
judge, when I make shoes, the bearing surface is everything. And I mean, I took it home and applied it to my work right away, and I saw the difference, I became extreme. Like a lot of people would say Shane is extreme or militant, like in some of his views, and, like unyielding. Well, you kind of have to be, because that foot is that way. Like there's certain things it likes and there's a lot of things it don't. And I mean, it don't like puckered up bearing surfaces, and it don't like sprung heels, and it don't like sole pressure, so there's certain things like we have to figure out, as horseshoers, and apply them. And, I think my mind works like that, to where things are cut and dry. There's not a whole lot of gray area. Um, I like to tell people, there, in my opinion, there's one right way to do things, and or I'll tell them there's a million wrong ways to do things that work, but there's one right way, and I'm here to kind of find out that right way and figure that out.
Yeah.
Where a lot of people are like, oh, there's a million ways to skin a cat. Well, I really firmly believe there's a better and a best way to do everything, and that's what I want to learn, and that's what I want to pass around to other people. But yeah, that was some cool takeaways from that one, and then the next Road Runner, I had a shirt. Maybe it was that first one. I had a T-shirt made with a picture of Craig from Calgary. No, it was the next one, because I was on the team by then. So I had this T-shirt made from Craig at the banquet, and he'd taken the little free cowboy hat they give you at Calgary, and everybody had sat on it. I mean, it looked like a Tim McGraw hat, it was just all jacked up. And this picture of Craig is hilarious, man. He's like, his mouth is all gaping, and he's yelling, hooping and hollering. And so I had a T-shirt made with this picture of Craig, and I'd wore it underneath my hoodie all day. And we were watching some demos in the shop, and I was sitting right behind Jim Poor. And finally, like, we stood up to take a break. We were all going to, have a little break in between demos. And we stand up, and I look around. I'm like, all right, now's the time for the unveiling. So I rip that hoodie off, and Jim Poor turns around and sees that shirt with Craig on it, looking all goofy. And I mean, he just has a Jim Poor come apart, man. He's slapping his knee, laughing. Can't even hardly talk. Next thing you know, everybody's looking at it, dying laughing. Everybody's like, where can I get one of those? Great little gag at Craig, but he loved it too. He wanted one.
Oh yeah,
I still have it. I'll have to find it.
Oh, you do?
Oh yeah.
Oh man, send me a
literally
picture of it.
like 20,000 pictures of all this stuff. Like, I just on my newest phone, I've got over 7,500 pictures on there. So many. Like, I think there's over 20,000 now of all these memories and stuff, all these good times. Oh man. Oh, there was a lot of things I wanted to talk about, like the first Calgary and stuff, that, and some of them things. And I do need to set straight, some of them things Ian said. I talked about the 5-judge contest, that was something I wanted to set straight. And then another thing Ian said was, he was giving me props talking about, when I was kind of doing well in the contest and all that. And, nobody could hardly beat me at the WCBs for a while. But, he kind of said I was built for that hour-long time frame class, and that I never really, did that well at Calgary because of how fast-paced it was. Well, I could see how a lot of people would think that. And, I'm not trying to make excuses, but, I'm pretty good at that. But the whole Calgary thing, like Darren Bazin used to always tell me, like, he's like, you are cursed. Like, somebody did some voodoo on you when it comes to Calgary, because he's like, there is no reason you shouldn't be in that top 10. And like Marshall Isles told me, he said, I hold the record for 11th place finishes. And I did, one year I made the top 10, but as a tie. I tied a guy named Colleen Durrett, I think.
No
He
shit.
was Marshall's old apprentice, and we called him Duck. He was a good dude. He was a really good hand. And me and him tied with the same amount of points for 10th place. Well, Duck had, he was finishing like 8th, 9th, 5th, 6th, kind of that back half. Like that was where all his points came from. He was real consistent, though. He got him out of a lot of classes. Well, that year, me and Tim McPhee won the 2-man, which was light draft horse. I placed, top 5. Almost all my placings were, in the top 5 to get all my points. So then when they announced us tied, then they said the tiebreaker went to Colleen, went to Duck. And I thought, well, how convenient is that the guy running the show, Marshall Isles, his old apprentice makes the ties for the top 10 and he wins the tiebreaker. I didn't even know what the tiebreaker was. So I go over to Marshall and I'm like, what is going on, dude? Why, how'd you fix that deal for Duck? And he whips out the rule book and he's like, well, you're Mr. Rule Book. Look right here. If there is a tie for the top 10, it will be broke by class 75. Well, I look at class 75. That was the aluminum bar shoe. And it was in with a Memphis Hind. And so the way I practiced that class, even though it was run at the same time, I made the aluminum bar shoe first. Like I just knocked it out. I had it down to 17 minutes. It was like a 45-minute go. And then I had a ton of time for this Memphis Hind. Or Morgan Hind, sorry, Morgan Hind. 3/8x1 Morgan Hind with big old quarter clip. So, I had that thing dialed. I had a ton of jigs that I had for making, because that was a hammer finished aluminum bar shoe, 3/4 fullered with a toe insert. And man, without being able to rasp on that, it was so easy to screw that shoe up, putting that toe insert in. Like you had to hem it and then slice it or slit it perfect, like almost short of what your bar is. Because then when you put your bar in and then you forge it all back together to grab onto your bar, which is basically a dovetail, you got to forge that insert like a dovetail so that it wedges in the bottom. Like if you don't make that slip perfect, you end up with big old gaps on the sides of your bar, and it can move and be racked. And so I figured out I made a hemming jig that the first step was heat the bar stock, set the toe on the hemming jig, give it a whack, or vice versa. Because you couldn't use a top tool. So I had the hemming jig was on a stick basically, and I'd whack that in just perfectly in between my marks, and it would hem the perfect amount. And then I'd make my bar, and I had a pair of tongs that I could squeeze my bar to put the perfect radius. I had that thing dialed. And for whatever reason, I sent my flux and my welding rod up there and everything ahead of time. And Marshall had it for me, and I kept some tools there and everything, so I didn't have to haul sledgehammers and all that. I had a little rolling dumpster full of stuff, wire brushes, hot rasp, things like that, to kind of lighten the load for me and my teammates. Well, I'm going to do my weld, and it's all I have to do. I've put my flux on there. I've put my filler rod on and let it equalize to the temperature of the bar shoe. I'm holding it over the fire. I'm watching the clock. And pretty soon I'm like, okay, it's time for this to start glossing up and melting. And it's just dry as a bone. And the filler rod's solid. and I'm looking at the clock, and now I'm second guessing. Did I put it in 45 seconds ago, or was it 30? You know, and I'm like playing the mind game, and then I'm thinking, no, it's been way too long, but it's still dry. It's still dry, and suddenly I see the shoe just starting to bend.
Crumple up.
Oh man! So I take it, I put it on the anvil, and I put my hammer on it just to try and flatten it back out, and it just crumbles.
Disintegrate.
And,
Yeah.
you know, now we're like at that mark where I should be done. It's like 17 minutes gone. Jim Quick and Derek Gardner are sitting there watching. Jim Quick runs, gets me a new piece, and I start on that Morgan Hine, and Jim throws the aluminum up there, and I'm making the Morgan Hine, and Derek looks over at Jim. He's like, "What's he doing?" And Jim goes, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Why don't he just thrash that thing out and throw it on the ground? You know, just get it judgeable, and then get that aluminum done." And Jim goes, "Travis, he's here to try and win both of those, not one of them." And that was always my deal. I never, ever let it creep into my mind that I was going to make one shoe just really fast and get it out of the way, and then try and win the other shoe, because that was a big strategy most guys at Calgary used, and it gamed the system, and most guys in the top 10 did that. I never did. I wanted to win both shoes in every class, every go, every time, every year. That was my mentality. That aluminum shoe, I ended up placing like fourth on the Morgan, and I think I was eighth on the aluminum shoe, and Duck came in like seventh on the aluminum shoe.
Oh, just one spot.
Tiebreaker for the top 10. And you know, there is the reason I want to talk about the first Calgary was Jim Keith was the judge. I'd never worked in a coke fire yet. This was 2003. I'd never used a coke fire, but I entered Calgary, and I called my buddy Dallas Morgan. He was living in New York, and I said, "Dallas, I'm in Calgary, and I don't know how to use a coke fire." And he goes, "Well, I wish I could help you." And I says, "Well, what if I came out like a week before Calgary, and could I hang out at your house, and you show me how to use that thing, and I could practice and all that?" And he goes, "You bet, man, anything I could do." So I flew out to New York week before Calgary. Dallas he gave me a quick tutorial the first day before he took off to work, and I burned up every shoe. Every shoe got burned at some stage, you know. Dallas comes back from work that night. He's like, "Don't worry, mate, it'll be better tomorrow," you know. And so he gives me a few pointers, and the next day I burn up every freaking shoe at some point, you know. And so then Dallas comes home that night. He's like, "All right, well, let me get in the fire with you." So he shows me a few things, and it helps a bunch. And the next day while he's gone at work, I get a bunch of shoes done, you know, in the time limit. They're not all burnt up. And Dallas comes back, and he looks at me. He's like, "Man, good job, man. The forging's nice and all that." He's like, "But you don't have a level shoe on the floor." And I go, "Well, look at the way they judge, Dallas. Level is only worth 5% of your score." And he's like, or whatever it was. It was like worth 5 points or something. I forget how that worked. I think it was like 1 to 5 on level, where other things were like 1 to 10 and all that. And I was like, "It's not very important." And he's like, "Travis, every point is important. And if you have a judge that's a really good horseshoer that really focuses on the foot, that bad level is going to affect your forging. It's going to affect your everything."
Mm-hmm.
You know, so that was a good lesson I needed right there, is never overlook level. And that's become one of my biggest focuses, because I've learned over the years that's one of the most important things to the horse. And it's one of the hardest things to achieve in a time limit on top of everything else you're trying to do. I hear so many judges say, "Oh, well, when it comes to splitting hairs, like level's the easiest thing to fix." Or I hear competitors go, "Well, level's the easiest thing to fix. Like, why are you so hard on level?" I'm like, "Well, if it's so easy, then why didn't you get it done? Why didn't, out of the 100 people here, why is Chris Madrid the only one that turned in a level shoe if it's so easy to do?" I've wrote NL on more shoes, on almost every shoe I've ever judged. NL is my code for not level. I always joked around I need to just have a stamp made so I don't have to keep wearing out Sharpie. Stamp every shoe that comes in, because when you truly look at flat, there are so few shoes that are flat. It is the
hard to
hardest
do.
thing to do, especially when you have elements like heels. So Dallas tunes me up on all that. I go to Calgary. The first class is shoe a foot, 3/4 fuller toe clip, make a specimen. I don't remember what the specimen was. Jim Keith was a judge, and I go up to him. I says, Mr. Keith, I said, you got any advice for a rookie like me? And he says, what are you shoeing, a front or a hind? I said, a hind. And he says, well, I haven't seen your foot, but he goes, almost every hind foot I ever seen, the medial toes cheated. And he said, the medial toes, that horse's point of purchase behind. He said, and the more you cheat the medial toe, the more the lateral wants to flare. He said, so if I were you, I'd take your straight edge, put it in line with the tubular growth of that hoof wall, and look, and look and see if there's a gap down there at the bottom. And if there is, fit your shoe out to where that foot ought to be to match that plane, and box it up nicely. And he goes, that'd count for a lot in my book. Well, I get there in my hind foot, sure enough, it's dubbed like that. And the outside's flared. And so I do everything Jim said. And I turn my shoe into him, and he comes by and judges it, and he hands it back to me. He's like, man, that's beautiful. Good luck getting it nailed on, though. There's only a minute left.
Shit.
So I slide under there, and I just spike these nails and pull them forward and clench them and get done right at the whistle, and ended up third in my first class at Calgary.
Well, fuck yeah.
Mark Milster won it, and Bill Poor was second, and I was third. Andrew Reeder-Smith was fourth, and a guy named Cam Russett was fifth, a young Canadian guy. And I'll never forget, because I bought that picture. Like, my first class at Calgary, and it's a shoeing class, and I end up third. And that advice Jim gave me, I took it home with me, and I started checking on my feet. And I was quarter clipping most all my hinds at the time. And I started putting the straight edge on them hind feet, and sure enough, all my feet were just a little deficient down there. I'd been riding with Craig a little and seen all the toe clips behind, and I thought, well, it's almost impossible to move that shoe over with a quarter clip, and fit it fuller there.
Mm-hmm.
So like all at once, I decided to just like put all my hind feet in toe clips, like overnight. I just snuck it on there. I didn't tell a single customer or anything, and I thought I'm going to be losing tons of front shoes now. They're all going to start forging. It's going to be a mess. And I would kind of just question people, like as best I could without telling them, hey, I put toe clips on. You notice any difference behind? I would just, hey, like, how's Joey doing? Has he been all right behind, And this like 6 months later, after his hoof wall straightened back out, or his hoof capsule aligned with his bony column. And Pam would be like, now that you mention it, Joey's been like a different horse behind. I normally have to have his hocks injected every 3 months, and I haven't had to have them done in like 6 months now. And I just kept getting all this positive feedback without really telling anybody what I did. And, that was like money right there, what Jim Keith told me in those few minutes before my go. And it changed the trajectory of my shoeing big time. It changed my theories, and it's something I've been able to help so many people and horses with just by, and like back then I was shoeing mostly dressage and some jumpers. Once my business kind of evolved into more therapeutic, like working at a layup and rehab facility for sport horses, that was one of the number one things to get those horses back in the ring, or back to work, was getting those hind feet back underneath the legs, because everything had gone awry. Everything that would come.
Just being
Well,
nice
you'd always
to
see
them.
that the hind feet they've gone awry. The hoof capsules have twisted laterally.
Yep.
It's the way hind hoof capsules tend to want to go, is laterally. And so when you can figure out how to move them back underneath that bony column, it's a game changer for those horses. So that was a huge thing. Well, another thing that happened at that first Calgary was Jim Keith provided rulers, bifold brass rulers, for all the novice, or not novice, all the rookies. Sweet little thing. It's only like it's not as big as like the other ones. It doesn't go to like, I think when it's folded, it's only like 10 and a half. So it goes to like 21 inches maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I think they are 10 and a half. And is that the one with the little
No, it
hook
didn't
on
have a
it?
hook.
Okay.
But it's a shorter version of a bifold. It's narrower too, but it was sweet, and I didn't have a good one, so I went to using that Jim Keith ruler, and I loved it. Well, that first year at Calgary, I got zeros on all my dimension scores. And I figured it had a lot to do with not getting done with enough time to really get things checked and sorted out. So the next year I got me a Coke Forge and I started really working on my timing and working at those faster paces. And I got to where I could have my shoes cold, and nails checked and all that with a few minutes to go. And, checking dimensions like crazy. Well, the next year, second year at Calgary, zeros on all my dimensions. And I'm starting to get some of the highest forging scores in some classes. Because they'd bring out the paperwork and you'd look and you could compare oh, I got this on forging. Well, dang, that's the highest score out of everyone here. Oh, my flats, the highest flat score, boom, boom, boom. And then this big old goose egg on dimensions. Year 3 rolls around and we're a couple days into it. And, by now me and John McNerney are great friends, and we happened to run over there to look at the shoe scores together, and I'm on the team now. I'm on the AFT now. That's 06. And John looks and he's like, dude, you're killing it in all the categories and getting zeros still on dimensions. He's like, I watched your go. You had that shoe pulled, measured 100 times. He's like, what in the hell is going on? I go, I don't get it, John. I don't know. And he goes, give me your ruler. So I hand John my ruler and he butts him up against the wall and he goes, your ruler is 3 millimeters off. 3 millimeters was the cutoff. On,
no go.
And once you hit 3, that's 0, dude. You're done.
Fuck.
3 years of Calgary, it was impossible for me to make the top 10 because I got zeros on all my dimensions for being dumb and not ever check my calibration on my measuring device.
What a kick in the nuts.
Yeah, you never think to re-zero your ruler. Make sure.
I sure as hell do now, though. I recalculate everything now. Yeah. And I figured out, I asked Marshall, I was like,
let's talk about our newest sponsor of Forge and Brains podcast, Yukon Forge. If you're a fan of the show, then you probably already heard the interview we did with John McNerney and all the badass things he's accomplished in his career, as well as the type of character this man has. John's graciously offering you guys 10% off on anything you order when you go to www.yukonforge.com and use code BRAINS at checkout. On his website, you'll find he has a variety of high-quality, hand-built tools made by him personally. His hoof knives are some of the best on the market. All his tongs are forged from 4140 steel to hold up to whatever you're grabbing and holding. John's been developing a new hammer out of 4140 steel that looks pretty dang sick, and I can't wait to try one. His fullers are handmade from S7, and I personally know of some that have withstood the years of hammer blows. Also, a new and unique tool John has developed is the propane nut. There's nothing worse than stripping out your propane regulator from not having the right tool. The Yukon Forge propane nut replaces whatever you had been using for a simple tool that you can tighten and loosen with your fingertips with ease. So go to www.yukonforge.com and use code BRAINS for 10% off your order. That's a hell of a deal, my friends.
How do they measure in the judges' room? And so he told me how they have a little 90-degree corner that they stick everything in and they measure off of that. And so I got me I cut out a little steel 90-degree corner out of sheet metal. And I started taking that everywhere with me, and I'd write my dimensions. I'd make straight edge lines for all my dimensions, length and width. I'd measure everything in the box, and then boom, that next year I started placing, and that's when I started getting my 11th places and stuff. And man, the stuff I saw at Calgary, I saw some of the most amazing things. Man, some of the shoeing job. Jim Blurton did a shoeing job in the top 10 one time, a front end. It was picture perfect. It was so beautiful. I remember thinking that's probably the best job I've ever seen, and it was just done in an hour.
Yeah.
With all the pressure in the world on him. And he ended up reserve that year. It sucked. It sucked that he didn't win with that. I think he won that go and then didn't do as well on the Heinz or something. But then Darren Bazin, man, I saw some of Darren Bazin's top 10 goes. The last time he won the world, Me and my wife Nicole sat there at his anvil or at his forge and watched that go. And Darren was, I mean, he was a man on fire. He was done with his trim, like lickety split. He had his shoes knocked out. He had 20 minutes to nail and finish.
Damn, that's time.
And I mean, whooped their butts, like
That's
proper.
a lot of time.
And then turn around, did the same thing in the top 5 go. And so after that, Nicole, like whenever I'd be at a contest and she'd be at home, she'd text me like the day of the shoe and go like Baz, go like that. And he would actually take, like, he would just be going like a sewing machine, just ba 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 ba, and then suddenly he would just stop and go. When he was at the forge, he would just take these really intentional deep breaths in and out to get his oxygen up, and then he would just go back to it. And I learned a lot because I always cramped up really bad. And I learned later it has a lot to do with your blood oxygen level, especially at high altitude. And we all have that tendency of tightening up and doing shallow breathing when we're nervous. So I learned a ton from that. That Bodie mentioned David Verini's top 5 job that he did the one year that he won the world. I was standing next to David when his horse went back behind that curtain to get judged. And it was one of the most shocking things I've seen, one of the most blatant. They skipped over his horse. And I hate to say it, but it almost seemed intentional. Like it's supposed to be first come, first judge. And he had a real, he had like a paint horse. I think it was a buckskin and white type horse, like really stood out. And it went in and it got skipped and then it got skipped again. And I mean, he was fixing to come uncorked watching, because we're watching it on the Jumbotron. And he was a very emotional guy, like very emotional. He got hot, man. He turned as red as his hair. And I was like, dude, you don't have much time left. I go, there's no time to be mad right now. I go, you need to settle down, step in there and do what you can do. Like just settle down though. And he did, man. He got under there, nailed Bodie said it was 2 minutes a foot. I think it was a minute a foot.
Damn. It's cooking.
And just put every nail in just right where it needed to go. Clenched it up, finished it up, done at the whistle. I went and picked up the feet when it went back behind when it was judged, and went back to the pin, and it was solid 9.5 nail and finish, both feet.
Jeez.
Incredible.
And I mean, that
had
was
a plan.
I told him after that, I said, dude, there was a couple years I didn't have much stomach for you and how emotional you were and stuff. But I go, you've really matured and became, a salty badass, like I have so much respect for you now. And we'd become friends over the years. I have so much respect for that guy. It's amazing. He's one of those that's like a phenomenal horseshoer, as well as competitor. You had mentioned earlier, and when we first started talking, you'd said something about, that I'm respected for my shoeing along with my competition shoeing. And I do want to point out that there's never been a distinction between those two for me. To me, I've shot every horse I've had the opportunity to get under like I was at a contest. Whether it's a dink that wants to take my head off or not, like I'm giving it the best job I can in that time frame I'm allowed. And that's been a huge advantage to me as a competitor, because I'm a classic example of I can only do what I practice.
Because there's always.
Well, and that's the guy that like Poor went to Florida. Like that's the story. It always sticks in my head. Is Poor told him, like, you're not a believer. This isn't your full on thing. I think that's one of my favorite things when I see like a shoe list that you come out with. It's like a shoe list. You're like, that's a Monday. That's like, oh, that's a high-low horse. This is the horse that he was wanting you to try to like accomplish here. Like it's a very realistic list. And I hate to say that to give people fuel, like anti-competition.
No, and I've always had a problem as a competitor with the door knocker shoes or the wall hanger shoes that are just perfectly symmetrical and fit in the box, and especially the more I learned about the hoof and really looked at what a hoof is, they're not symmetrical and they're not, perfectly balanced, and the quarters are not across from each other. And I've also noticed being on teams with guys like really, really good, handy guys, they make amazing shoes to turn in. And then when they got to make them for the foot, they have to make it a keg shoe and then fit it. Where me always showing handmaids throughout my career, I learned to just make that horse's foot, and I learned it from
Yeah.
working with guys like Craig and Bob Marshall. And, Bob Marshall was a huge influence on me. I met him early. Like I say, he spent a year undoing bad habits. And then he turned me on to Dallas Morgan when Dallas moved into my area. Like I said, I was working like 7 days a week back then so I could ride with Dirk Ballard. Then I met Dallas day in the week, so I had to figure out how to fit him in or, so I could jump in the truck with him. There's times I would just drive out there after work. He lived over an hour away. I'd drive out there, 7, 8 at night because he told me, hey, come on, we're going to get in the shop. And there's many a times I'd show up, his wife would meet me at the door and be like, sorry, Dallas can't play today. I'd get in the truck and drive back home, you know. It got to where we just had like a standing day, like, oh, just show up Tuesday, and I'd show up Tuesday and be like, nope,
Yep.
we're having dinner tonight. Goodbye. And it was cool.
Yeah. See you later.
But man, it's I feel like we haven't even scratched the surface, but as far as like,
No, we'll have to do a part 2 with you for sure, because I think like there's a lot more to, like, I feel like we just scratched like the beginning of history with
Oh,
it, and so it's like there's a lot more to catch up to
Yep.
modern day.
Yeah, I mean, shoot, stories. Bill Poor, the year Bill won the world, we were on the team. That was '07 AFA team, and I'd got shot in the hand with a 10 millimeter chunk of shrapnel 14 days before the contest, and it went through the web of my hand. It went in next to the metacarpal there, and then it traveled downward into the palm of my hand underneath the thumb, and it cut the entire web of my hand apart. It was a razor sharp pyramid shaped 10 millimeter projectile, and it cut an artery on the way in. And immediately I was spraying blood, a 3/4 inch stream of blood, 6 feet away. It didn't pulsate. It was a steady stream. It was literally like you just turned the garden hose on, and it was shocking to see. It was at Bob Madero's house, and Bob was pretty tuned up. We'd been having a few, and my buddy that had the hammer break that shot me, he was running. When I showed him, he started running around like a chicken with his head cut off, just cursing up a storm, just running circles. And I was like, I'm holding my hand as tight as I can, trying to slow this blood down. And I'm like, dude, you need to settle down, get my wallet, get my phone out of my toolbox, and let's go. And Bob's like, nah, you're good. He goes, I'm going to go in the house and get some tweezers, some whiskey, and a tampon, and we're going to get you sorted out. We'll dig it out. And he's telling me stories about shrapnel he's dug out of himself. And I mean, painting his sidewalk red, like 6 feet away from me. And I'm just like, okay, Bob, how far away is the hospital? He's like, oh, about an hour. And I'm thinking, man, I just watched this movie where they said the human body has a gallon of blood in it, and I'm thinking like I could fill up a milk jug in about probably 20 seconds right now if I just let her rip. And the hospital's an hour away, and he's wanting to go get tweezers and stick them in my hand right now.
No,
And
thank
so he
you.
goes in the house, and I'm like, let's go. And so we jump in the truck. We jump in the truck, and I'm like, you know where that hospital is? And he's like, no. I'm like, oh man.
Oh God.
We didn't have GPS on the phone at that
This
point
is the
yet.
end.
Stuff. And I'm thinking like, I need to call Nicole and tell her I love her because this might be the last chance I have, but I can't let go of my hand or I'm going to bleed out. And so we get to the doctor, we get to the hospital, and it's a big old mess. They're wanting all this information, and turns out later it was so insurance could sue whoever was swinging the hammer, whoever made the hammer, and whoever owned the property. Yeah. And so I had to lie like a dog to get my buddies all through that one, because I'm friends with all three parties, the maker, the owner, and the guy with the property. So I had to turn it all around to keep my buddies from getting sued by my insurance. Well, we get there and they take X-rays and they find it and they're like, "Oh, we gotta refer you to hand surgery. It's going to be a few days." I'm like, no way. I got a big deal coming up here in 14 days. I need to start healing right now. He's like, you ain't gonna be able to move that hand in 14 days. I says, well, we got to try. And so we go back and forth. And finally, he's like, your hand, I'll probably cripple your hand if I start digging around in there with all the nerves and everything. He's like, it can paralyze your hand. I said, that's a risk I'm willing to take. I said, I'll sign a waiver, whatever we got to do. And so I talk him into it, man. It takes him like 20 minutes to dig this thing out. And I mean, he's like quitting on me. My buddy's turning green. It's a mess. And finally, man, I had to keep pumping the doctor up because he kept trying to quit, man. He was like, I'm going to mess your hand up. I can't get it.
Come on, doc.
I finally got him through it, and we got it out. And I took 13. He said, your best bet is don't move that hand for as long as possible. Let those muscles heal back together. So I took as long as I could. And like a couple days before it's time to leave for Calgary, I had to get to work, get horses done. Jason Harmison came up, gave me a couple days. We got a bunch of horses done. And once the day before I left, I practiced our team shoes. Here I went, 2 weeks not doing any of the individual stuff. And I was like, my one and only thing is the team. That's all that matters. So I wanted to make sure I could make draft shoes. And Todd was our alternate that year. He was the only one. He was the first call I made after I told my wife about it. I called Todd and said, man, get ready just in case. If I can't do my job 100%, you got to step in. And so when we got to Calgary, I was like, I can at least do that team class. I ended up doing everything. And John McNerney gave me a nice little piece of advice. He said, the best version of Bill Poor is a pissed off Bill Poor. He said, right before the whistle, lean over and tell him that everybody thinks he's a joke. And that everybody says he's just making it on his daddy's coattails.
Oh, shit.
And so I'm going to strike for Bill and our deal. And he's the one that told us, like, you guys got to let Bill go first, get Bill out of the mix, get him on the lead rope. And I was like, all right. So we started practicing that way, and it was working real good. And Bill liked it too. So I lean over to Bill right before the whistle, and I tell him what John said. And he's like, who said that? I'm like, everybody's saying it. He's like,
everybody
bites his bottom lip, and his head starts bobbing like a chicken. And he says, partner, he goes, you ready to 3-heat this shoe? And I said, yes, sir, Bill. And we knocked his shoe out in 3 heats, heel cocked, fullered, and clipped. And he went and burned it on and threw it in the vise and rasped it up, nailed it up, and was done.
It's badass.
You had plenty of time.
I called John later. I'm like, you're a genius.
That worked.
Yeah.
He did so much Bill, that's what he figured out is if you can get Bill mad, oh, look out, man. All you got to do is tell him he can't, and he will find a way, and he can. And that was such an amazing go. We won that. Bill ended up winning. They talked about that that pair of workhorse shoes with double calkins and welded on toe bars. A couple people have mentioned that on Bill was first on one, second on the other. I was in there on that. I placed on both of them pretty well. But yeah, that was those were such fun times at Calgary. That was such an amazing contest, amazing stuff to see, awesome people. Oh man, it was something else. It was one of the things I definitely cherish all that time there. If I had it do over again, I probably wouldn't be that guy that was drunk walking around there all the time. Not saying it kept me from doing better than I could have, but it was fun. It is what it was, but it's probably a little easier to compete without throwing up before you go because you're alcohol poisoned.
Probably so.
Austin would be the guy puking from nerves, and I'd be the guy puking from alcohol poisoning right before.
You nervous too? Yeah, I'm nervous too.
I never thought about back then was what the position I was probably putting my teammates in, like wondering, am I going to be able to suck it up? And you know what I mean? Like just not, like it seemed like they all, had confidence in me and stuff. But I think back now, there's probably times where they were probably like, man, is old Koons going to be able to, pull it together after up checking and all?
Yeah. Nervous moment.
I wasn't so good for my teammates all the time. So I do have some regrets about the way I handled myself at some of those things. And, you know, there was a clinic, me and Craig judged Edgewood together one year. He had asked me to do it, and I'd judged for the WCB several times. And when Craig asked me to do Edgewood, I says, I got one condition. And he's like, what's that? I go, you got to do it with me. And I just wanted to judge with Craig to see where Craig was at and where I was at, you know, because I'd learned so much from him. I gained so much from him, but I really wanted to check myself against him. And he was like, all right,
Yeah.
you do the shoes, you know, you come up with the specimens and all that, and I'll just judge with you. So we did that, and we did the deal where we did the clinic the day before. Like everybody
Was that
kind
in
of came
2014?
to the clinic, you know, and I had a 3/8 by 1 patent bar in there. That was something I'd really enjoyed making, patent bars, practical shoe, you know, with a good application, but very difficult.
And then you
You
had
know,
that 5/8 concave caulking wedge.
yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
were you at that one, Gav?
I got my first best shot foot bucket from you at that one.
Oh, dang. Wow. Good man. Well, I know it was legit.
It's legit there.
You're welcome.
As soon as you said that patent bar, I remembered exactly which one that was.
Yeah, so we did that clinic deal, man, and in typical drunken Travis Koons form, man, I drank the night before I left. I was up in the shop late drinking, barely slept, got on a plane, drank on the plane. Chris picked me up at the airport, and we went to a bar and drank before. And then I get there to do the clinic, and here's Dusty. He's got this big client of his came in with the RV with the big old Willie Nelson tour
Molly.
bus. And Dusty's like, hey, I know you like this Crown. And he pours me a red Solo cup full of Crown with a couple little pieces of ice in it, you know, and that was the final nail in the coffin. Man, I drank that thing and I was just like done. And then me and Craig get up there and start doing the clinic. And I'll never forget that one. I was conscious enough to know that I was not doing a good clinic, and I was not saying what I needed to say, and I was not hitting where I needed to hit. And I mean, it just was a mess. And then, you know, I don't even think, I think the weld slipped and everything. Like it was just on that, because everybody wanted to see that patent bar, you know, because there's
Oh,
no
yeah.
jigs and all that.
Oh yeah.
And I had that thing down. I could make that shoe like in 20 minutes.
Not that night.
I was stuck in the mud, man, and I was conscious enough to know it. And I was just dying there in front of everybody. And I felt so bad. And then Craig saved me because he goes, why don't you do that concave shoe? And he handed me some concave. And then it was like, okay, man, like I've shot every horse I've shot in my life with concave dang near. So that kind of like brought me back to my center, and I was able to do a good bit of a clinic on that concave shoe. And, you know, kind of rescued me and bailed me out. Plus I sobered up a hair during that. But that was one of them things that I regret so bad, because people left their home a day early. People, you know, left their families a day early to come watch that mess. Anybody out there that was there for that and you know, was disappointed in that clown show, like I've told people every clinic I've done since then, if you were part of that and you got short sheeted, like let me know. I'll do you a free clinic someday. Like you buy a ticket, like whatever you want, come ride with me. Anything to make it up, because that was unacceptable. Felt bad about that one.
I thought it was awesome.
You heard it here now. You use code BRAINS and get a hold of Travis, and you'll get yourself a free clinic.
The offers out there, and hopefully, you know, young bucks will learn from my mistakes and not put yourself in that position. Oh man, that was
It
terrible.
happens.
So
But Money taught me that the first time I went to go do a clinic. He like messaged me. He's like, I'm just letting you know, don't get fucked up the first night. He's like, you can get fucked up the second and third. He's like, first night, keep your shit together. He's like,
yeah. So
yeah. I was like, okay, that's solid advice.
I'm really glad you mentioned that name, because that's something I definitely don't want to leave this part one segment, or maybe it's part two of part one. I don't want to leave this without talking about money, because I listened to your podcast you did with Money, and I was so proud of what he said and did in that podcast. That is like an epic podcast. I've listened to it like 2 or 3 times now. Every person that is a helper, every person that's in shoeing school, like that should be required listening. He tells you everything you need to learn to go from a knucklehead that nobody will let ride in their truck to the guy or the girl that everybody wants to ride in their truck. He breaks it down
Yep.
and gives you the keys to success in this trade in that short
Mm-hmm.
little podcast. And I mean, it's motivational, like just the demeanor and the way Chris presented it. Like I was pumped when I got done listening to that. I was like, man, sign me up. I'm ready to go. And
Yeah,
so
he's awesome.
Yeah.
he talked about some of the things that really hit home was like talking about his days riding with Mike Stone. And he had that mentality. This
Yep.
is this guy's business that he worked hard to earn. These are his clients. And who am I to get in there and mess that up? Like I'm not going to do anything he don't tell me to do that he don't think I'm ready for. Like that is so good because I've had so many people ride with me that just they might be good that first day, that second day, and eventually, man, they just come in and put their muddy boots up on your couch, like start stomping around
Drives me
like old Rick
nuts.
James.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that was a super cool podcast, and I don't think unless it was in some of the parts where I couldn't hear audio, did he tell the story how he got that name?
I think he did tell it in that. If he didn't tell in that first one, I think he told it in one of the
Oh,
team ones. So we've done a few of them now with money, but
yeah, I don't think
no, yeah, because it was from a
nope,
contest though, huh?
nope.
Cause
I better
did you?
I
Oh, I
better
thought it
tell
was
y'all.
some reason.
Yeah.
The world needs to
Yeah.
know the truth. So so Craig used to call him the Romantic Hispanic. That was his nickname.
Oh boy.
And I thought it was a great nickname. It rolled off the tongue well, and I mean,
I
Craig
kind
would
of like
he
it.
would say it on the mic, at the WCBs, and Chris was a young guy then, barely of drinking age, and he came down to my house. He wanted to spend some time shoeing with me and working in the forge, and we were going to make Tool and Fuller blocks. Like I was the guy that had Tool and Fuller stuff going, uh, and they were getting more and more specimens, more TNF specimens in contests. So Chris come down and we had a real good time, man. We worked hard, worked late, and I'll never forget. He was at the Coke fire getting the heat, and I said something about the Romantic Hispanic, and it just got dead silent. Or no, I'm sorry, he was on the anvil working on a roadster. He was working away. I said Romantic Hispanic, and the hammering just stopped. I was at the fire. That's right. And it just was quiet, and I turned around, looked over my shoulder, and he's just looking down. Shoe's hot. He's not hit. I'm like, what's wrong? He goes, bro, I never liked that nickname. I said, you don't like that nickname? And he goes, hell no. And I said, oh, shoot, man, I'm sorry. I thought you did. Man, I felt bad. I felt legitimately bad because it was like, he was serious. He was not
Yeah.
happy.
Yeah.
And I says, well, I'll come up with a new one for you. And by the time I was done getting that heat, I said, how you feel about Money Madrid? He goes, I like that, bro.
You sound just like him.
I once left him a voicemail in his voice, and I think he might have checked it late at night after having a few, and he told me, he was like, man, when the hell did I call myself and leave that voicemail?
That's fucking
Yeah,
great.
me and him had such good times together, man. What an honor and a privilege it was watching Chris, become who he is now. Like not even just in the horseshoeing world, but the man that he is. What a good man.
It's cool. And he ain't
Oh
done
man,
yet, huh?
there's no stopping.
He's still rolling.
There's no
He's
stopping him.
still.
He'll only stop when he's ready to stop.
Nope.
And
It's incredible.
Oh yeah. So the good thing about him, and then he'll go on to something else and be the man with that too.
exactly, man. My money is always on money. Always.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Well, man, let's get your Mount Rush. I got about 5%
Okay.
battery left here. Let's do your Mount Rushmore, and we'll call this part one.
Cool. So there's a lot of thought went into this. I've been thinking about this since I heard you guys were doing that, and my Mount Rushmore could easily be as long as of that list of 2 minutes of names I read to you, but what I boiled it down to was I decided it needs to be a horseshoe or Mount Rushmore. Like I'm just putting horseshoers on there, and it had a huge
There you go.
impact on me. And I cut it down to 8 people. It's a big Mount Rushmore, And I know our real Mount Rushmore is going to grow because one of these days they're going to put President Trump on there. They
Let's
better.
hope.
We
Let's
might all
hope.
be dead by then, but he'll be on there. My money's on that. Where is my Mount Rushmore? Oh, here it is. Okay. My dad, Keith Koons. He's on there, greatest and finest horseman I've ever known, and one heck of a horseshoer and hoof trimmer, basically self-taught, very little help from other people. But I mean, really knows what feet need to look like and how to get them there. Bob Marshall, who stepped in and really, when all I was capable of doing was turning a heel in a hardy hole, then I met Bob Marshall. And man, talk about an amazing experience, and just I have the utmost respect for him. And he's the greatest teacher. He's the greatest teacher of horseshoeing skill I've ever seen. He could teach a monkey.
I've
And
heard that
then
before.
Yep. And through Bob and mechanics, like he got me focused on mechanics at a young age. And I think that's one of my fortes now is being able to identify body mechanics and how to improve them and, how to build good habits because of my time with Bob. And Bob hooked me up with Dallas Morgan. And that was a big game changer. Dallas gave me so much more than I was ready for. Took me along, took me under his wing. To this day, one of the best friends I've ever had. I love him like a brother. Jim Poor. Jim Poor has to be on my Mount Rushmore because I saw what that man can do with steel and with horses' feet, and he's one of the finest horseshoers God ever created. Craig Turnka. Craig really like got me and polished, like he polished this turd pretty good. Like he took a lot of that other stuff I learned and was like, here's how you put it together. And then Jim Quick. Jim Quick's on my Mount Rushmore because same thing, man. He's an amazing horseshoer. He stuck to he kept competing when he didn't need to. I think for benefit of me and guys like Chris Madrid and stuff, like Jim hung in there a lot longer than he needed to just to kind of show us the way. Roy Bloom. Roy Bloom had a huge impact on me as our team manager on the AFT. I wrote Roy a letter after he stepped down, or after we stepped off the AFT and went to the WCB team. I wrote him a letter and said that I learned more about shoeing feet and trimming feet from him, having never seen him touch a pair. Just the observations Roy would give us and the deep thought he'd put into everything, like amazing and a great man. Jay Sharp, I got to tell you guys Jay Sharp stories, man. I got so many great ones someday. But Jay Sharp had a huge impact on me, getting to be friends with him and the wisdom and advice he'd give me. Shane Carter, I talked a lot about Shane earlier. I think he's one of the best horseshoers on the earth. John McNerney, a great friend, a great mentor, a brother, a leader, a guy who helped kind of bring me back to the Lord. And when my life was a mess, that dude was praying for me. He's an amazing man. And finally, Chris Madrid,
Oh,
my
man.
brother. Can't say enough about him. Like I think he's the future still, and he's years now into
Yeah.
being the future, and he's still the future. And there's a lot of people discount him and say, oh well, maybe it's moved on a little beyond where he's at. No way, dude. That guy hasn't even reached his full potential yet. We
He's
all go
always
through
stepping
ups and
up.
downs. He had a rough go at Edgewood and then turned around and was like almost reserve world champion.
Yeah, it's
Like
badass.
Yep.
he's the real deal. Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
So that's my
No, that is a rock star list right there.
A lot of
That is.
heavy hitters.
Man, that's I think this is a great place, man. It's we'll call this part 1 because I still want to hear the rest of your stories and the rest of what you have thoughts on where our industry is
a lot
right
of
now.
thoughts on all that.
So
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah,
yeah, I think it
Well,
would
in
be great to
business
hear.
too, there's been a lot of the podcasts I've listened to where you guys have said you've got the one group of people that only want to hear from competitors and the other group wants to hear from guys shoeing high level horses. Well, I've done them both, man. I've been blessed. I've for some amazing outfits and I still do. I've got 2 clients now.
Which is
You know,
unreal to me.
my business is that.
Yeah, no, I think it would be great to have people get an insight to that and how you can make your life work and being a competitor, have a family, everything. It's a good thing for people to hear and get some motivation and some insight how to push that into their lives. I appreciate you taking your time out of your busy schedule to do this
thank
with
you,
us, man.
Travis.
Anytime, guys.
It's
It was a
awesome.
pleasure. It was fun.
Yeah.
Glad you guys are doing this.
Well, thank you.
Man,
Appreciate
thanks
it.
a lot. All right, everybody. Thanks for listening to another episode of Forging Brains, and be ready for Travis's
And
part
happy
2.
Halloween, man. This is
Thanks,
a
everyone.
spooktastic
It is Halloween, yeah.
episode.
Yep. It is.
Spooky.
It is spooktastic.
I go trick-or-treating right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's time to go. Time to go hunting. What is time?
Let's talk about our newest sponsor of Forge and Brains podcast, Yukon Forge. If you're a fan of the show, then you probably already heard the interview we did with John McNerney and all the badass things he's accomplished in his career, as well as the type of character this man has. John's graciously offering you guys 10% off on anything you order when you go to www.yukonforge.com and use code BRAINS at checkout. On his website, you'll find he has a variety of high-quality, hand-built tools made by him personally. His hoof knives are some of the best on the market. All his tongs are forged from 4140 steel to hold up to whatever you're grabbing and holding. John's been developing a new hammer out of 4140 steel that looks pretty dang sick, and I can't wait to try one. His fullers are handmade from S7, and I personally know of some that have withstood the years of hammer blows. Also, a new and unique tool John has developed is the propane nut. There's nothing worse than stripping out your propane regulator from not having the right tool. The Yukon Forge propane nut replaces whatever you had been using for a simple tool that you can tighten and loosen with your fingertips with ease. So go to www.yukonforge.com and use code BRAINS for 10% off your order. That's a hell of a deal, my friends. Our great friends over at Farrier have been supporting us on Forging Brains for a while now. Since the time that they have sponsored the show, we have received many great products that I wouldn't have thought about buying, or because I was being a tight ass. But they were sent to me in their subscription box, and now I use those products in my day-to-day practice. Each box is sent bi-monthly, and in those boxes is an array of the top tools and products that have been tested by the greats in our industry. So go to www.farrierbox.com and use code BRAINS for 25% off your first month's order. You won't be disappointed, I'll tell you that. Going to take a little minute to talk about some of our sponsors for the show. One of the largest ferry supply stores in the world is stepping up for Forge and Brains podcast to help you guys by sending you on your way with a cool gift when you use the code BRAINS at checkout. Wellshod carries so many different supplies throughout their warehouse that honestly we could probably do a whole podcast just talking about all the different supplies, tools, anvils, all sorts of products that they carry throughout their warehouse. It's insane. If you guys haven't been there, you should put it on the list to go check them out, just to go see them, but also to go buy some stuff too. Their recent products they've been making in-house is anvils. They're producing the Scott anvils as well as the new Scott Eden's 200-pound anvil. I believe they've also been doing the Cliff Carroll anvils for some time as well. And John Harshbarger talked about that in his episode previously on Forging Brains podcast. So when you guys go to order with Wellshod, either online or on the telephone, use code BRAINS, and they'll hook you up with a free product in your order. Little surprise gift. We're happy to be working with Wellshod because they are invested in this trade, the same as the rest of us, and not just there for profits and money. Plus, I don't know how you can beat that $10 flat shipping they always have. Like, that's insane. Can't get a better deal than that. So either call them up on the telephone or go online at www.wellshod.com, and when you go to checkout on your order, use the code BRAINS, and they'll hook you up with something cool in your order. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about working with Wellshod. This is going to be great. Let's take a minute and talk about another one of our sponsors, Farrier Box. I know you guys probably don't need that Christmas morning feel in the middle of the summer no more, but let's talk about how this subscription-based service sets you up with the best products each time you receive their box. Everything they send out is tested and used by elite farriers, so it gets that stamp of approval every time it reaches your doorstep. I don't think there's anything else going on out there in the farrier world that's quite like Farrier Box at the moment. So when you can get products each month, every other month, I guess, that you're on the fence about getting, they'll send it to you and you'll have it at your disposal. Plus, you know, it's going to be handy stuff. So stuff that you're going to use. There's not something I've had that I haven't used yet. But to get a discount, use code BRAINS for 25% off your first month's order. And that's a pretty good deal if you ask me. Let's get back to it.
Brought to you by the World Championship Blacksmiths. We're so excited to have the Trinket family support what we're doing here. It is a huge part of the topics that we have on this podcast, and it's where we've gained a lot of community at. And exactly what they are. They are a community that supports education through competition. So if you were looking for a support system behind you on your journey of becoming a better farrier, go join up and go to an event. You will never regret it. And they've been nice enough to offer us a 10% off on their online store or call-in orders for everything besides competitions and membership. So go head them up, get some merch, and let some people know what you support. Thank you, guys. Farrier Box. First of all, we owe Farrier Box a huge thank you for being one of the first ones to jump on and support what we're doing here with the podcast. If you haven't heard about Farrier Box, it's a bi-monthly box that comes to your door, and it's filled with goods. Kind of like the Chewy box to your dogs, but this one's not filled with crap. She gets advice from the top guys of the industry and puts together a box with a theme. They aren't just a bunch of random items. They always have something where, like, some pieces of bar stock to practice for an upcoming contest with the punch or the fuller that you can use and fits that shoe. It's a great deal. She also throws in items that you wouldn't think of, like good soaps, things to take care of yourself, make your truck smell good. Get on Farrier Box and use code BRAINS at checkout, and you're going to get 25% off your first box. Are you signed up for Fort Worth? I want to take a moment to tell you guys about Wellshod. And not just that they carry every item you can think of from every brand, including from the little guys. You can get some Adam Farr punches, some Ben Sneer hammers. They pretty much got it all in the hard-to-beat $10 shipping. But I also want to take a moment to talk about John himself. You see the Wellshod name at pretty much every single contest that you go to. And not only that, you see John himself there supporting what we do and investing his time. Heck, John's even jumped in the competition in his ring himself at some of the WCB contests. That speaks huge to me, and it also speaks huge that John wanted to support what we're doing with the podcast. They've agreed that if you guys use BRAINS at checkout, they're going to put a little mystery item in the box for you. So go ahead and support them, what they're doing, and it helps support us, because we're all just one community.
Not yet.